As a lot of you probably know, I'm a big fan of anything scary, whether that be scary movies, scary stories, or as we're going to talk about today, scary video games. And if you're a fan of horror games, then you and I have been eating good for the past several years. From the new Resident Evil games to the Dead Space remake, and releases I'm very excited for in the future like Alan Wake 2, and with the genre itself becoming more mainstream as works of video game horror get adapted into other forms of media like the Last of Us TV show or, dare I bring it up, the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, meaning that more eyes are looking towards the genre, which means more money's being spent on it, which means bigger budgets, and hopefully even better games. Still holding out hope that that Silent Hill 2 remake becomes Silent Hills PT. Maybe, I'll never let it go. But somehow in the midst of all of that, in the midst of new titans coming out of this genre, and old classics being made new, somehow one of the most impressive games that I've seen out of the past decade is an 8-bit Atari 2600 style game made by one guy. And that game, of course, is Faith, the Unholy Trinity is truly a work beyond the sum of its parts. In a style that Erdorf, the game's creator, describes as the Oregon Trail meets The Exorcist, Faith, the Unholy Trinity is immediately appealing to anyone who enjoys retro, 8-bit style video games. And anyone who looks past that surface will find some of the most creative and gruesome concepts ever put to screen. The atmospheres, aesthetics, and concepts of this game are all drenched in the passion of their creator. Erdorf has gone above and beyond to show us the lengths that art can reach when done by someone who really means it. Even if you've never played Faith before, you're probably familiar with it, either from the memes or references a lot of people have made online, such as the word mortis, or this gif of a rake-like creature moving around on the floor. And in most of those discussions you'll hear online, people tend to focus on either the look of the game, the whole 8-bit art style, or the horror and scares of the game itself. And while we're going to talk about both of those because they're both impressive, and truly this game has one of the most disturbing concepts I've ever heard out of anything scary ever, like for real, wait till we get to what the second death ritual is. It is incredibly terrible. I love it. But what I want to focus on today is an aspect of the game that I feel is just as impressive, but often overlooked, and that's the story. If you run through the game beating all of the required boss fights and sprinting to the end, you'll see some signs of this greater world the game is set in. But if you take the time to read all of the notes that can be discovered throughout the game, participate in all of the extra boss fights and side quests, and overall think about the actions that you're committing, the story of Faith, the Unholy Trinity, becomes something truly special and I feel deserves to be talked about. And that's exactly what we're going to do today. We're going to go through the entirety of Faith, the Unholy Trinity, look at all the storyline events, look at all the side content, and come to the conclusion of what this game's really about. Or at least what this self-entitled pretentious YouTuber says that this game is really about. Now with that, there are a couple things of note. For one, I had an interview with the creator of Faith, the Unholy Trinity, who goes by the name Erdorf, and that entire interview is over on my second channel. Erdorf and I had a great time discussing the themes of his game, where his inspiration as a creator comes from, where the inspiration for this story comes from, what a lot of the characters mean, a lot of cut side content, and for those of us that are a fan of the game, word about future projects, which was very exciting. Erdorf was very gracious to lend me his time, and while segments of that interview will pop up in this video, if you want to listen to the whole thing, the link to it will be in the description. Both him and I would really appreciate it if you did. And two, and more importantly, if you have not yet been convinced to check out this game for yourself, then I don't know how to help you. It's great. Go do it. As a matter of fact, it's so great, I would hate for this video to be your first exposure to it, and you get all of the story beats and experience ruined for you before you ever press play. So before we get started, what I recommend, down in the description somewhere, there will be a link to the Steam tab for Faith, the Unholy Trinity. And if at any point through this video you think that this sounds really cool, pause the video, go play the game, and then come back, and again, we'll talk about it together instead of me just talking at you, even though you people like that for some reason. And of course, a lot of the content that I am going to be bringing up in this analysis is, as mentioned, gruesome, and a lot of it is very disturbing and personal to a lot of people who have experiences with maybe things like cults, or heavy-handed religions, or the devil. So for this entire video, let me state now, if those topics are a lot for you, then maybe set this one out. Viewer discretion is advised. And of course, all of this means that once again, I am creating another video that is to the detriment of my audience. At this point, if anyone wanted to have a legal case against me, perhaps an organization like the FBI, perhaps, and they were to just read out the titles of my video to a courtroom, I would be placed under the jail. So in an effort to slightly turn the tables a little bit, if I'm going to sit here and corrupt your mind and soul for the next couple hours, the least I can do is help out your body. That was a weird way to say it, but we're going to stick to it. So while I corrupt your mind, you might as well take care of your body with today's sponsor, AG1. I am on my third or fourth month of AG1 at this point, and I have to say that I'm absolutely loving it. For those that don't know, AG1 is a dietary supplement that can assist with everything from your daily energy to your digestion to even your immune system. And AG1 does this not by being some pseudoscience supplement or a dozen pills that you have to take every morning, and is instead your daily intake of vitamins and nutrients in one easy drink. The drink is composed of things like B12, zinc, biotin, citrates, and other daily nutrients. As someone who is a YouTuber and therefore chronically online, my diet consists mostly of delivery food and leftovers, so I'm definitely not getting the nutrients I need every day. And because of that, for a while I didn't have the energy to do things that I didn't absolutely have to do. And it is incredible how your disposition can change when you just simply start putting the things in your body that your body needs to have. For the past several weeks, I've been going to the gym twice a day, every day. I have been more effective in my work time and business meetings. And to clarify, I'm not trying to sell you some kind of snake oil. It's not like you're going to drink AG1 and then magically all of your time management or social issues are just going to disappear. You still have to have the gumption to do that, but what I am saying is that AG1 can help you get the energy you need to do those things. And as far as making and drinking it, being healthy has never been this simple. Your AG1 will come in a bag like this, or you can do what I did and put it in this very aesthetic thermos to help with storage and refrigeration. So all that you have to do for AG1 is get 8 to 12 ounces of cold water, and from there just take a scoop of your AG1, dump it into the water, shake it up, and that's all it takes to start your day off right. And if you're looking at this and thinking that bottle of green has to be disgusting, another cool thing about AG1 is that it tastes just fine. The primary ingredient in here is water, so it's mostly flavorless, but what flavor there is just kind of like a naturally sweet tone. Let AG1 do the hard part and worry about your body the way that you deserve. And right now, there's never been a better time to get in on this offer. That is because right now, if you go to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon, you will receive with your order of AG1 2 free gifts. One is 5 extra days of AG1 in their handy travel packs if you're like me and can't get enough of this stuff even when you're out of the house. And the other is a year's supply of vitamin D3 and K2. That is right, a 1-year supply. All you have to do is use the dropper to put a drop of it in your AG1 or something else that you drink in the morning, and you can do right by your body even more so. Again, go to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon to get in on AG1 and receive your 2 free gifts. Taking care of your body and getting your daily energy shouldn't be difficult. And now with AG1, it doesn't have to be. Again, go to the link in the description and get in on this offer today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to AG1 for sponsoring this video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description. And we are back to the video. And with all that out of the way, I hope that you're as excited as I am. So we're going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. As soon as we boot up the game, we're treated to a couple of important story beats. For one, on the game's load screen, we see the message, "Gary loves you," displayed over and over. That doesn't mean a lot to us now, but it will soon. And then after this, we're given our first cutscene.
September 21st, 1987. It's been 1 year since I first went inside that house. I have to finish what I started. What I am about to do has not been approved by the Vatican.
So already, we've established a few things off the bat. For one, it seems whoever is driving this vehicle has some relation to the Catholic Church, hence mentioning approval from the Vatican. Given that this is a horror game, and given everything else about it, we can assume this has to do with an exorcism. And whatever this exorcism might be, it's taking place 1 year after whatever happened in the house. And we also now know that this game is set in 1987. Not only does this match the retro aesthetic of the game itself, but Erdorf has said that one of his main inspirations for the game was the satanic panic of the 80s, and all of the conspiracies and horror stories that began to surmount around the idea of demonic cults. So the year that the game is set in both matches the visuals as well as the theme of the story itself. Originally, Faith was 3 separate games that released at different times, until eventually being bundled all together in the Unholy Trinity. I know that before the bundle there were some discrepancies into some of the information given on notes, and some stuff that was supposedly canon was made non-canon and stuff like that. So for the sake of clarity, and also because you can't access those old games anymore, I'm sticking with the timeline of events and progression that is shown in the Unholy Trinity. And with that, we now begin in Chapter 1. We pick up right where the intro cutscene left off, with the guy who was driving the car now standing outside of it on the side of the road. 2 things become immediately striking as soon as the player takes control. For one, the game's music design. Not only does the music set the atmosphere for the horror that we're about to experience, but as the game progresses, we're going to see some incredible stuff that Erdorf manages to pull off with the 8-bit music scale. The other thing that the player will notice is that there are only 2 controls available. Those controls are movement and Jesus. That's not even a joke. All that the player can do is move around with the WASD keys and then hit the space bar to hold up a cross. And I'm not kidding when I say this, those are the only 2 buttons that you will press for the entire series. There's one segment I can think of off the top of my head where the cross gets replaced for a camera, but then you're still just hitting the space bar and moving around. It is incredible the amount of gameplay Erdorf manages to pull off using those 2 controls. As you're standing here wandering around your car on the side of the road, you'll probably notice something. Given the mention of the Vatican from the intro and the fact that our character's only item is a cross, and not to mention the white pixel on his neck that represents a clerical collar, we can deduce that our character is a priest. We will come to find out that this priest, the blue sprite that we play as throughout these games, is a man named John Ward. So already we have some pieces coming together. It seems that a year ago, this John Ward, or Father Ward, came to a house to perform what was most likely an exorcism. And now, on September the 21st of 1987, he has returned to finish what he started. However, for some reason, this trip has not been approved by the Vatican. All questions that will be answered later. As we venture from our car, we see that the screen will load in different segments of the map as we enter them. And if you walk all the way to one side of the map, you will be moved to the opposite side of the map. So for example, if you walk all the way to the left, you'll just teleport to the right. The map isn't randomly generated, although it can feel that way if you're like me and on your first playthrough you just walk to the right forever. A few things can happen while you're just randomly perusing the woods. For one, if you're walking along the roadside, there is a random chance for a tractor trailer to spawn. This tractor trailer moves quickly from one side of the screen to the other, and again, if you're like me and don't know what you're doing, you can get killed by it. The tractor trailer says Erdorf on the side of it, which is a cool reference to the game's creator, but believe it or not, this truck will come into the story later. The other, much more terrifying detail is that as you're walking through the map from one segment to the other, there's a random chance that, with no warning at all, this thing will spawn out of nowhere and chase the player down. And if you don't manage to stop it, this cutscene will play. What the player is supposed to do whenever this creature spawns in is hold up their cross using the spacebar, which wards the beast away. This quickly teaches the player that their crucifix is a weapon. It can be assumed that we're battling demonic forces throughout the game, given the game's title and that thing we just saw, so it makes sense that the image of the crucifix wards them off. Whenever this creature appears on screen, the music drops out and we hear its garbled speech as it gets closer. When we ward it away, it will say some eerie line as it's chased off the side of the screen. References to demonic sayings or demons in literature, or just references to old internet horror stories like I have the body of a pig, which not only is a cool old internet lore reference for nerds like me, but as mentioned by Erdorf in our interview, also lines up with the story from the Bible of demons being thrown into the bodies of swine. So as we're walking through the woods, paranoid of what creature may spawn next, things like a derelict tree or an old wishing well, or even an animal sacrifice. If the player remembers what they learned during the attack, holding up their cross seems to do the trick. If you hold your cross on many of the strange items you come across in the game, it will cause the item to be exorcised, and a note will spawn out of it. This is the primary method for which the story of faith is told, or at least the supplemental materials as to what we see on screen. These notes not only give us greater lore to the series itself, but are some of the most fascinating parts of the story as a whole. So of course, we're going to go through them. Now while wandering through the woods, you can come across these notes in any order. So I'm going to relay them to you in an order that I think makes the most sense, although this isn't any canon interpretation to the order they're supposed to be read. And with these notes, we gain context as to who may be involved and why Father Ward is even here in the first place. So with that, we find our first note.
Today, I noticed Amy's favorite tree looks like it's dying. All of the needles are falling off it and the bark is peeling. I guess I'm more upset about it than Amy is. She is totally absorbed in her volunteer work at the clinic. I guess it's good that she found something she's passionate about, but I've gotten ugly looks from some of the women at book club. Kathy and her religious friends won't even talk to me anymore.
We'll come to find out that the woman writing this letter is a woman named Cindy, and that Cindy is the mother of Amy. So Cindy says that Amy's favorite tree is dying, but Amy doesn't seem to care because she's spending so much time at this clinic she's began working at. A clinic that, for some reason, Cindy's religious friends don't want to associate with her over. After this, we find another note from Cindy.
I caught some people walking through the woods around the house last week. Not kids, just regular adults. They told me they got lost while hiking, and I pointed them back towards the road. The whole thing just didn't feel right. I think I should go dig up Bob's rifle out of storage.
While this gives creepy vibes that there may just be some strangers on the property, and maybe Cindy's just overreacting, the next note definitely tells us something's probably wrong.
Bob. The kids and I miss you more every day. The twins and Amy have started their next school year here at home. Amy keeps asking when she's going to be allowed to go to real school. I think she's getting cabin fever. The twins are having no problems occupying their time. Yesterday, they came in with their hands covered in blood. I guess they found a dead deer and thought it would be a good idea to touch it. I think we might have a coyote problem because when I went out with them to look at the dead deer, it was a pretty gruesome sight. All this just a day after the twins' birthday party. Can't wait till you come home.
So this immediately tells us that something is not good. Amy isn't Cindy's only kid, she has a pair of twins as well. And these twins are apparently playing in deer carcasses for some reason. Not only that, but Cindy mentions that the carcass was mangled to an unnatural degree. While exploring this area, another note that we'll find is an invitation to a birthday party. This birthday party is for two boys, Nate and Jason, who are both turning 6. Nate and Jason being the name of the two twins mentioned earlier. This birthday invitation also serves a second purpose because if you're like me and were hopelessly lost on your first playthrough, the mention at the bottom of the birthday card that says to go straight past the well will help players that are lost but remembered that they saw a well earlier. And also the name of the road they live on is called Snake Meadow Hill Road, which at that point, you're just asking for something bad to happen. It also gives us more context to Cindy's note about the kids playing in a dead deer. If they were 10 or 11, I'd let it pass, but two 6-year-olds playing in a deer carcass? No. Erdorf has also been very open that there were a lot of ideas he had in Faith Chapter 1 that didn't really pan out and didn't go anywhere. Like, for example, there's some notes you'll find during this area that will mention like a historical society, or it'll mention like gravestones being found on the property or stuff like that, which kind of add to the mood, but they don't relate to the overall narrative, or at least what the narratives become now, so I'm not really going to talk about them. I will mention, though, while I'm bringing up stuff I'm not going to talk about, there is another YouTuber here on YouTube whose name is Flaw Peacock, and I'm not going to say it all together. I get the joke, but no. I'll link his video series in the description. He did a series looking into faith that, I mean, that series has got, I think it's like 5 hours, which sounds like something I would do. But he did a fantastic breakdown of all of the lore, looking at every piece that did go into the story, every piece that didn't, making sense of it all. I'm here mostly to focus on a narrative and tell you all about like the overall themes of the game. But if you just like are interested in the analytics and like a deep dive into all the lore and notes that can be found and stuff, check his video out. He did great work and he deserves the support. Again, link in the description. Sticking to our trek, however, the next note we find is a note from John Ward himself. This note referencing his first excursion 1 year ago to the house on Snake Meadow Hill Road. The Martins' house lies about 100 yards off of Snake Meadow Hill Road. There's almost no driveway. Trees just out in the middle of a gravel path that is mostly covered in grass. It was difficult to find the house, especially since it was already dark when we arrived. Father Alred seemed to know where he was going. He simply drove straight ahead until we arrived at the house. In the headlights, I saw an old shed off to the right of the path. Father Alred explained that he would rather perform the exorcism away from the house, but the Martins had insisted that Amy remain inside. He complained that having the family present makes it difficult to proceed with elements of the rite that may seem harsh to the layperson. So first of all, we have a last name to the family of Cindy, Amy, Nate, and Jason, the Martins. And in one of Cindy's notes from earlier, we saw that Cindy referred to her husband as Bob, so now we have the names of all 5 members of the Martin family. It seems that 1 year ago, John came to this house on Snake Meadow Hill Road with another priest, a priest named Father Allred. And we also see from this note that John Ward and Allred were here to exorcise the young Amy Martin. Allred wanted the exorcism to be conducted in a shed, but her parents wouldn't have it and wanted Amy to be kept in the house. We find this note just outside of a shed located in the middle of the woods. Upon walking into this shed, we find a key, and when we try to leave the shed, we are once again attacked by this crawling creature. If you've been wandering around the woods for any amount of time, then you've ran into this creature several times up until now. If you manage to ward this creature off a total of 10 times, it won't come back anymore. And on that 10th attempt, it will drop another note. Father Garcia, you are hereby instructed to release Michael Davies from your care and return him to his home immediately. Mr. and Mrs. Davies have already been contacted by our office. A representative of the church is currently en route to their home to discuss compensation in return for their discretion. You will meet our representative there and accompany him back to Rome. Cardinal Gifford. So from this note, we learned that there is a priest by the name of Father Garcia, and this Father Garcia has done something for a cardinal to become very upset with him. This Father Garcia seems to be holding somebody named Michael Davies, and it's causing such a problem that the cardinal wants Garcia to come back to Rome. So who is this Father Garcia? And who is Michael Davies, and why won't Father Garcia let him go? All questions for later. Eventually, while traveling straight past the well, John will find himself standing in front of the Martin household, with the brief image of some purple figure standing in the upstairs window. Using the key that we found in the shed, we're able to enter in. While standing in the living room of the house, we find another note from John Ward, this being his second note about what happened at the Martin household 1 year ago. Mr. and Mrs. Martin greeted us at the front porch. Mr. Martin led us downstairs to the basement, explaining that Amy was down there in restraints. I felt for him. There was guilt and shame in his voice. Amy was in the very back of the attic in a chair, perfectly calm, staring at us. It is hard to describe the look on her face. It was not the kind of look a child gives you. So it seems that the Martins had to tie up their own daughter before the priest arrived for the exorcism. Also, John's note here seems a little bit strange, right? Because it goes from describing the scene in the basement to all of a sudden they're in the attic. And we'll talk about why that might be in a minute. While walking through the house, we'll notice things in the environment, as well as other things that we can exercise to receive more notes. For example, we see a painting of Bob, Cindy, and their daughter Amy. And then when walking into the kitchen, we see a drawing from Nate, one of the aforementioned twins, depicting a large black shape and someone in a red hood. This drawing is probably not good. While exploring the house, we find another note from Cindy Martin.
I don't feel safe in my own home anymore. I hear voices outside around the house at night. I don't let the twins go out in the woods to play because I'm afraid of what's out there. The house itself feels stressed, distorted, slanted somehow. It's like I'm walking through a carnival funhouse. Amy's condition has only gotten worse. I can't stand to be around her and I don't know why. She just doesn't seem like herself anymore. I want to take her to the doctor, but I can't leave the boys here. I find that the phone stops working throughout the day, and now I can't seem to find my car keys. Thank God Bob comes home tomorrow.
It's likely that this condition Cindy was referring to is the demonic possession of Amy, even if at the time Cindy didn't realize it. We can also find the third note about that night 1 year ago from John Ward. I guess I was the only one who thought to check in the attic. When I got up there, it was freezing cold. I found Amy standing in the back, looking straight at me like when I first met her downstairs. We spoke briefly, although it was frustrating to talk to her, or it. I experienced a bit of deception from the demon. During our conversation, she uttered my mother's first name and in other instances spoke perfect Latin. I called for help from the others, but nobody came. So I raised my crucifix and began the rite again. So 1 year ago, during the course of this exorcism with Father Alred, John was alone with the demon possessing Amy in the attic of the house. After the demon mocked him with the name of his own mother, John began an exorcism of the demon. There's a few other strange things that we can notice while wandering around the house. For one, there's a random chance that upon entering the living room, a gray figure can be seen standing next to the outside window. When we walk up to the window, the gray figure runs, disappearing off the left side of the screen. So it seems that for some reason, someone is watching John as he ventures back to the Martin household. And also, when John walks up to the mirror in the master bedroom, we see that some figure is right behind him. While you may mistake it for a shadow at first, it clearly does not match the same shape or image of John himself. In the upstairs part of the house, we see two rooms that appear to be the rooms of the 6-year-old Nate and Jason, as well as Amy's bedroom. In Amy's bedroom, there's a doll on the dresser that, when exorcised, drops the 5th note from Cindy Martin.
Bob must be stationed somewhere in the Middle East because he sent over this weird-looking doll for Amy's birthday. I'll ask Anish about it next time we have book club. She looks like she could be from over there. Amy didn't seem excited to see the doll. I think she would rather have a phone instead. Or maybe seeing a baby doll makes her feel self-conscious about working at the clinic.
So for one, just so it doesn't muddy the waters any, I'll go ahead and cue you all in. The whole mention of the doll being possessed, or maybe the cause of some of this, is entirely a red herring. There are a few things, like I said earlier, the mentions of gravestones and stuff like that come up in chapter 1 that either never went anywhere or were purposeful misdirection, and this was one of them. Erdorf included the idea of the doll to get people looking the wrong direction. It's also a funny excuse to make a haha joke about Cindy Martin being your stereotypical wine mom from the 1980s because she knows someone named Anish and immediately assumes that she could, quote, be from over there. But what we do have that's relevant to the story's lore is another mention of Amy working at a clinic that a baby doll may make her self-conscious of. You may know where this is going, but it's actually not where you think it's going. It's close to where you think it's going, but not exactly. As we travel to the basement of the house, we find another letter from John Ward, again filling in more of the gaps of what happened a year ago in this house. Amy's parents could not endure witnessing the proceedings of the rite for long. Mrs. Martin was hysterical, and the thing that was inside Amy was feeding off of the fear. Father Alred asked me to take the Martins upstairs. I was physically worn out, but managed to get them back up the stairs into the kitchen. Amy was screaming, "Mother, mother," the whole time. Finally, I got them to sit down with me at the kitchen table. After a few minutes, we couldn't hear much of anything down in the basement, so I went down to check on things. I found Father Alred lying on his back, unconscious, with his arms spread out wide. Amy was not in the chair. So at some point, Amy broke free during the exorcism and seemingly attacked Father Alred. As we traveled to the location in the basement where this exorcism likely took place, we can see the markings of an upside-down cross. If we step into the cross, the music begins to distort as these red symbols appear on the ground behind us, getting closer and closer. And when they make their way to us,
She is here.
before we once again take control of John, now in Amy's room, with John remarking that Amy is still here. One thing I want to mention now that I haven't brought up yet is the art form of some of these cutscenes. You saw it earlier when I showed the animation of what happens if the rake thing kills John whenever he's outside in the forest. But we see the same art style here when Amy rises from the foot of the bed. It's a very visually unique art style because it's clearly done in sort of the rendering capabilities of the platform we're using. It seems to be in an old graphic fidelity. But the movements are much too smooth and a lot of the line work far too detailed for something that the Atari 2600 could pull off. To pull off these effects, Erdorf used a technique called rotoscoping. For those that don't know what rotoscoping is, it is when you take a real IRL visual video of someone moving or of some motion or something similar, and then you trace over it effectively or sketch it into whatever media you're using. Rotoscoping was popular with a lot of early hand-drawn animations. So what Erdorf has done here is he has hand-drawn all of these videos depicting the motion that he wants to put in the game, and then the drawn art form he's used has matched the aesthetics of this 8-bit video game. The final product are these incredibly impressive shots that really get across a lot of the horror that's implied throughout the games. One of my favorite aspects about rotoscoping is how seamlessly it allows someone to integrate body horror or supernatural horror into real-world settings. For example, if you wanted to rotoscope, say, someone's head exploding, not that we're going to see that later in the series, hint hint, then all you have to do is get a video of someone doing the motion that you want, and then as you draw that motion, you just have to change the parts of the body or of the individual or of the setting that you want to change. And then all you have to do is blend in the effects that you want to change with the real framework that you've established, and you get these seamless fluid motions of real people and, real motions that are affected by things that would be near impossible to replicate otherwise. You may not know what I'm talking about yet, but we'll get there. Erdorf pulled off some really cool stuff with the rotoscoping. Back to the game, as John moves from room to room, these symbols will appear again and get closer to him. When John holds up his cross, Amy will appear in 4 different versions in all directions of him. This is our first sort of boss fight, with the objective being we have to figure out which of these Amys is the real Amy and hold the cross up to it, or we die. Another thing I forgot to mention, well, didn't really forget, but it wasn't relevant until now. Every single attack in the game, except for attacks in the last 2 boss fights of the game, every single attack instant kills John. Like, anything he runs into, if it touches him, he's dead. He is very afraid of everything and fragile all the time, so you have to be careful with him. Each time the player moves to a different room of the house, this attack will reset. Eventually, John will remark that he heard a door open upstairs, and the attacks will cease. Meaning it is now time for John to travel back to the attic. An attic that we have not seen yet, but from the notes, we know that John certainly has. As we make our way up to the attic, we find the final note from John Ward's journey here 1 year ago. Molly, the church might contact you in a few days to tell you their version of what happened to me. I want you to hear it from me first. A year ago, I was involved in the exorcism of Amy Martin. What they said in the papers about what happened isn't true. My superior, father, when I confronted her, she managed to cut the power to the house and her own parents with their own. I have to go back to that house. The nightmares I'm having are real. She's still there waiting for me. I can still help her. If I don't come back, know that I love you and I'm sorry. John. So even though we don't know all of the specifics, we know that something terrible happened in that house. And now John is telling Molly, whoever that might be, that he has to go back. Which leads us to the events of September the 21st, 1987 that we're playing right now. Upon stepping into the attic, John confronts Amy Martin.
My God, what happened to you? Do you think my face is pretty? I have to finish what I started. She's my priest.
Somehow, there seems to be, I don't know what magic Airdorf pulled, but somehow there seems to be a level of emotion to the text-to-speech. Maybe I'm just superimposing what I think the characters mean onto it, but there's something so unsettling about the way they say everything, to like the tone it's conveyed. I'm sure there was some magic pull, but like the text-to-speech works really well for a lot of the dialogue in the game. As John begins the exorcism, eventually Amy's mask slips off, and we see what Amy meant when she remarked that her face is pretty. Where her face should be, instead, is a giant bloody hole. Her entire face removed by some unknown means. At this point, the boss fight really begins, with Amy once again teleporting around the player, as John has to hold his cross on her to perform the exorcism. After this stage of the boss fight ends, from that bloody hole in Amy's face, an arm rips out. As this stage of the boss fight begins, and with an arm hanging out of her face, Amy begins to trace a pentagram on the floor in an attempt to kill John. And as mentioned earlier, if John is touched by any of this, he's dead. Also during this time, Amy will cause other demons to appear and make a run towards John. If John is able to defeat Amy, the hand will retract from her face, and Amy, in defeat, will fly out of the window. Having seemingly won, if John leaves the attic, he will find another note on his way out. This note is written in a very strange tone with several redactions from a figure John has yet to encounter.
This is the ceremony for opening the Let no brother or sister utter it. Prepare the Use the right index finger to draw the signs of the on the floor. Bring an impure vessel to the signs of the Let a brother or sister drink at each sign of the Carve the face of the blood that fills the opening is the new. Let 7 be taken from their mothers and lowered into the Upon the offering of the 7th, the will emerge from the This is the second death.
John tries to leave the house, but when he enters the living room, scrawled across the floor in blood is the words, "Kill her." And next to the words are a gun lying on the floor. Also, earlier in the video, I lied. When I said that the only time John put down his cross was to pick up a camera, I was wrong. Because here, he puts down his cross to pick up a gun. Also, airsoft, YouTube, whatever. Now, upon picking up the gun, we enter the end of Chapter 1. Chapter 1 has 5 possible endings and even a hidden boss fight. Now, of course, only one of these endings are canon, but even the non-canon endings give us some explanations to the lore and world of Faith as a whole. So before we get into the real ending, let's talk about some of those side missions. After you walk out of the Martin house while holding the gun, there are 5 different things you can do. While exploring the woods earlier in the game, the player could run across a deer that would roam from area to area. The creature that would crawl around and chase John would even change its attention to the deer on occasion. If you find that deer now that you have the gun and shoot it, you get an ending called The Hunter. In this ending, when John tries to leave the property, the deer cause him to get into a car crash, and then as John crawls away from the wreckage, the deer beat him to death. Each ending gives the player a unique note, and this note describes how the police found John's body having been horribly mangled by a deer. Again, these aren't canon at all, but they are fun. In another ending called The Offering, John finds the sacrificed animal, that appears to be a fox, that he saw on his way into the Martin house. If he shoots the sacrifice with his gun and then decides to leave, he's stopped by a group of people in red robes standing in the middle of the road. In this in-game note, we see again text that is displayed in red, like the redacted note about the second death that we saw earlier. However, this letter is written to Amy, and whoever is writing the letter says that they're sad that Amy can no longer work at the clinic, but they don't want her to feel left out. After inviting her to a party at the clinic, they address the letter as being from Gary. Now, Gary's familiar because if you'll remember when the game boots up, we see the message, "Gary loves you," displayed over and over. Once again, this ending of the game is not canon, but Gary and the cult we saw standing on the side of the road certainly will be. I also don't think or hope that any aspect of the deer ending's canon. I hope the deer can't just do that. But certain elements in this ending, like Gary and the people in the red robes, are legitimate. In our third false ending, when we leave the house, we can actually find Amy waiting in the tree line. If we shoot Amy with the gun, she simply falls over dead. And as John tries to leave the property, he is stopped by the police. In this ending, we see that John was arrested for the murder of Amy Martin, John even being blamed for her whole face missing. The element from this note that does give us context to the whole game is that at the end of the note, the police report says that the Vatican confirms that John Ward is not a priest. But that doesn't make any sense. We know that previously he went to perform an exorcism with Father Alred, but then again at the beginning of the whole game, he said that what he's about to do has not been approved by the Vatican. So something has happened to John's priestly status between 1986 and 1987. The fourth ending is when, once again while venturing through the woods, we come across the gray figure that we saw outside of the window earlier. When shooting this man for really no reason, and then getting in the car and driving away, the creature from earlier pops up in the back seat and murders John. This letter is written from the aforementioned Father Garcia. If you'll remember, he is the priest that we heard about in the note that dropped from the creature after exorcising it 10 times. This letter is Father Garcia responding to the cardinal from the first letter. I'm not going to read what that note is now because this note's actually canon in chapter 2 and we'll get to it then. But all you need to know for now is that that gray man that we shot in the middle of the woods is Father Garcia. And that creature, the crawling thing that's been chasing us around through the woods this whole time and kills John Ward in this ending, that is Michael Davies. So Father Garcia had been imprisoning Michael Davies for some time, and then Michael Davies seemingly escaped, only to torture John Ward in the woods while Father Garcia was following. And in this ending, we kill Father Garcia, which leaves Michael Davies free to kill John. Now, given that Michael Davies is this crawling thing with red eyes and red mouth that rips people to pieces, we can assume he's probably possessed and the child doesn't just look like that. So again, we can put some pieces together. Father Garcia was a priest who was imprisoning Michael Davies for some time, and the family demanded him back. And as a matter of fact, the Vatican sided with the family. But Father Garcia, seeing the condition of this boy, knew that would be a bad idea to give him back and continued the exorcism. But now Michael Davies is free, wandering around in the woods, attacking John, and Father Garcia is supposedly there to stop him. So to clarify again, shooting Father Garcia is not canon. But with those 4 false endings out of the way, now we can talk about the real ending. If the player does not follow any of the side routes and heads directly for the car, when John arrives at the car, Michael Davies will run out of the woods and try to attack him. When John shoots Michael, he begins to bleed and stumble out into the road, only to be hit by the Airdorf tractor trailer. See, I told you that 18-wheeler was going to come into play. In the note we get in this ending, it says that the local police are baffled over the remains of this chupacabra. Or at least that's what the locals are referring to, a creature that was ran over by a truck on Snake Meadow Hill Road. And of course we know this chupacabra to be Michael Davies. Then, as John drives away, this time uninterrupted, he recites the 91st Psalms and then remarks that while he can't explain what happened in that house, he just has to have faith that he did the right thing. So in our canon ending, after Amy is exorcised in that boss fight, she flies out the window and is seemingly just out there somewhere. In John's confrontation, Michael is killed after being shot and then hit by a truck, and Father Garcia is also alive out there somewhere. At the end of chapter 1, John seems to be in a point of uncertainty. He came back to this house because he wasn't able to live with the tragedy that took place a year ago. But now, after trying to save Amy and exorcise the demon from her, she's gone out there in the night, perhaps even worse than when the night began. And Michael Davies, who John has no idea who that kid is now dead. John says he has to have faith that he did the right thing, but at this point he can't possibly know what that means. But on that note, we have the ending of chapter 1. However, there is one more secret at the ending of chapter 1 that we need to talk about. After John gets the gun, if the player decides to not walk out of the Martin house and instead head towards the mirror in the master bedroom, when John fires his gun at the mirror, a crack will appear in the glass. If John walks back to the living room, picks up a new gun, and does this process 3 times, the glass will shatter and a hand will reach out of the glass and pull John into a sort of mirror realm. While there, John is in a boss fight against this tall, dark creature whose head seems to be a bleeding stump. As John tries to exorcise this creature, it will periodically teleport around the room. After defeating this demon, a new note will drop from it, which is the final note from chapter 1. October 23rd, 1986. Dear Dr. McGlashan, it has been 30 days since the beginning of my treatment here at Yale Psychiatric Institute. Dr. Spinell, who has been so patient with me, has helped me understand my afflictions and has helped me find a way to move forward and accept the truth. With Dr. Spinell's help, I have come to accept what really happened in September at the Martin family residence. I accept that what happened was not the result of any supernatural phenomenon, but rather the desperate actions of a young girl driven to violence by her dogmatic parents and old church rituals that are thought to drive out evil. I am happy to report that, since accepting the truth, my nightmares have ceased and I now enjoy peace of mind that I have not felt since the incident. Given my progress since first coming here, I respectfully request my release from Yale Psychiatric Institute, contingent upon follow-up appointments with Dr. Spinell in the future. Sincerely, John Ward. Now, I know what you may be thinking. You may be thinking, oh, is all of this in John's head? Is John actually in some mental hospital somewhere right now? Is this just a pyrocynical video? But I assure you, it's not going there. However, this letter will have relevance as to the time period from the first exorcism in 1986 and the exorcism now in 1987. For now, just hold on to that thought about John Ward being in the mental ward. John Ward in the ward. Ward's in the ward. Ward. Anyway, the last thing from chapter 1 I haven't brought up yet is one more note that can be found in the Martin household. If, while exploring the basement, John exorcises the baby crib, a note appears from a missionary named Layton. Dear Amy, thanks for writing. It really brightened my day hearing from you. In your letter, you asked what's the weirdest thing I've seen as a missionary. The area we are working in has a lot of folks who practice Quimbamba. It's what you might call a pagan religion. It's kind of a mix of Catholic and African religions. One of the saints they worship is Saint La Muerta, or Saint Death. Yesterday, we talked to a boy about 15. When we asked him if he had ever prayed, he said, "No, but I have prayed to Saint La Muerta." He told us about a time when he stayed over at his cousin's house and, according to him, they prayed to some figures of Saint La Muerta and the figures made things in the house move around. He got real quiet and scared looking after that. We told him he could pray to God and that God wouldn't make him feel scared like that. We invited him to church, but he hasn't come yet. I need to wrap this letter up and get back to work. See you in 4 months. Layton. Now, similar to the doll mentioned earlier and stuff like the gravestones and whatnot, this doesn't hold any relevance to the main game's narrative. However, what it does hold relevance to is its relation to Erdorf, the game's creator. As Erdorf talked about in the interview that we did, not to keep plugging the interview, but it was fun. But as Erdorf mentioned in our interview, not only is he a Christian, as you could probably figure out from a lot of the themes in this game, but he was also a missionary. And this letter from Layton, as shown in game, was almost one for one a letter that he wrote back home during his mission trip. He says that he inserted it into the game to give the world a sense of depth, especially when it comes to religion and occult practices. And he also made up Quimbamba because he didn't want to implicate any real world beliefs. But I just thought it was interesting and wanted to mention that the creator took his letter, changed the name from Erdorf to Layton, threw it in a game about demons, and it fit, which is terrifying. Erdorf actually does a lot of stuff like that in the Unholy Trinity. Not only does he do things like use one of his letters for in-game lore, or use a lot of the themes that were built off of the satanic panic from the 80s, and then convert those into the horror in the game, or effectively the boogeyman. A lot of people thought, cults might be, or all these secret cults that worship the devil that are around in town and stuff like that. Not only is that used literally in the game, but even in a lot of the thematic elements. Like, for example, at one point in the game, there are these very creepy noises. Like in the music, it's very screamy loud. And they are edited versions from a real world exorcism. He has never said which exorcism it is, but if you're like me and you're weird and you look into exorcist stuff or creepy horror stuff like that, you can probably think what the most famous exorcist audio tapes are, like real exorcist audio tapes. And those are, I believe, the ones he used to make the music for this. So while playing the game, not only are you exposed to, thematic elements of occult demonic practices and, seeing all of this scary writings he had that were real, that are translated into the game, but you're also listening to demons or potential demons as well. So that's nice, I guess. I'm sorry. I want to emphasize how terrible and how brutal this world is with all of the horror that is being built up to contrast with where this story eventually goes. But now that is everything from Faith Chapter 1, so now let's move in to Chapter 2. Now, Chapter 2 has a prologue attached to it, but the prologue doesn't make a lot of sense until you play the chapter itself. So we're going to cover Chapter 2 and then go back to the prologue. Which makes sense because in-game, you don't unlock the prologue until you play the chapter itself. Chapter 2 opens with us playing as a gray figure in a small room. This character, who you'll recognize from Chapter 1, is Father Garcia. When you start playing as Father Garcia, you can pick up the same note from Chapter 1 that tells us about the Cardinal trying to make Father Garcia return Michael Davies home to his parents. Walking through Garcia's house, we see pictures of Michael Davies in the later stages of his possession. And when stepping into the basement, we see Michael Davies chained to a bed surrounded by crosses. When Father Garcia approaches, the demon initially speaks in the voice of Michael asking to be let go, before reverting to his demonic voice and saying that the priest will never win. As Garcia holds up his cross and begins the exorcism, the demon begins to thrash before suddenly the power goes out. When the power comes back on, we glimpse Michael quickly running up the staircase. Father Garcia chases him out of his room and into the hallway of the apartment building, where the possessed Michael Davies has murdered and is now feasting on a dead tenant. Garcia asks Michael what he's done before Michael says once again, "I have the body of a pig," and jumps out the window, running away. Father Garcia then quickly follows after him. Mind you, in a very funny running animation. So in case it isn't already apparent, what we just witnessed is a prequel to the events of Chapter 1. In Chapter 1, we know that somehow Father Garcia got to the point that he was chasing Michael Davies around the woods, only for Michael to get shot by John and then ran over by a truck. What we just witnessed was the amount of time leading up to that event. Michael Davies was in the possession of Father Garcia for some time, as Father Garcia was trying to exorcise the demon from him. Eventually, the demon broke loose, and then the events of Chapter 1 take place. So for some reason, whatever demon was possessing Michael decided to escape and then run to the forest outside of the Martin household, only to inevitably meet its end, or at least the end of the body it was possessing, in front of John Ward. So that raises the question, what was the demon inside of Michael doing at the Martin household in the first place? And also, what is Father Garcia doing now, since the boy he was trying to save is in several pieces all over a Connecticut back road? But on the bright side, probably not possessed. The note that I didn't mention in one of the non-canonical endings of Chapter 1, specifically the one where you kill Father Garcia, is a note from Garcia responding to Cardinal Gifford, in which Garcia tells Cardinal Gifford that he cannot return Michael to the Davies family because Michael is in no condition to be returned. And to prove the dire straits that Michael is currently in, Garcia says that he will attach several photographs of Michael as proof of his possession. These are likely the photographs we saw lying around Father Garcia's home. So it seems that, given that this note is what's found after you kill Garcia in Chapter 1, Garcia was never able to get this letter or these photographs out because he was interrupted by Michael's escape. There is one more little thing of note at this little section at the beginning of Chapter 2. So there is a mention in, I think it's the one already seen in Chapter 2, but in one of the mental health reports we see for John Ward, it's mentioned that he is afraid of clowns, that he has a phobia of them. And when you're playing as Father Garcia, if you go into his closet in his bedroom and you walk just off screen, you'll pick up a clown nose and put it in your inventory. This led to a bunch of theories that Garcia was actually a villain, that he was planning to attack or mess with John in some way. But after talking to Erdorf, he confirmed that this was set up for a side sort of Easter egg in Chapter 3 that ended up not going anywhere. So, for now, while playing as a priest whose little demon boy just escaped into the woods, you can pick up a clown nose, for whatever that's worth. After this scene with Father Garcia, we pick back up playing as John Ward, who, for some reason, is once again in the middle of a forest. You think after the events of Chapter 1 he'd learn to stay out of them, but I guess not. While walking through the woods, we immediately realize that things are not good, as John comes across the remains of a deer scattered and dismembered across a large tree. Another thing that the player will note, if they do what I did upon seeing this and immediately try to point Jesus at it, is that, for some reason, Father Ward's cross is now silver. So now the crucifix has gone from gold to silver. We don't know what to do with that information yet, but keep it in mind. Eventually we come to a large gateway, and in front of the gateway, we find an ominous note. I shook hands with the devil. I looked him in the eye. He looked like a long-lost friend. After stepping through this entryway, John will find himself in an old cemetery. There's a note explaining that this tomb is a tomb for the Save family, but the tomb functions as a safe room as you navigate the cemetery itself. And if it wasn't apparent enough from the deer that we saw scattered on the tree outside, or the ominous notes in front of the cemetery, we immediately realize that things are not good when stepping into the Save family tomb and seeing 3 people coated in red sitting inside of it. When walking up to each of these people, we can see their expressions of anger and discontent. Something is certainly off about them, and we see what that is once we step to a mirror at the end of the tomb itself. When John faces the mirror, he sees an eerie reflection of himself smiling at him. We see the reflection of John holding a key before we're pulled back and we see the souls of the people sitting inside of the tomb get up and fly to separate parts of the cemetery. From here, the player can deal with each of the 3 souls in any order they choose. If we make our way to the bottom left of the cemetery, we're met with a small boss fight. This creature moves quickly from clouds of fog floating through the cemetery, and the only way to attack him is to wait for him to hide within one of these clouds and try to exorcise him before he teleports away to another. And, as always, if John is even touched by the hint of this ghost, he's dead immediately. When we finally defeat this ghost or demon or whatever it is, it drops a note. However, the note probably isn't what you were expecting. Losing Grandpa was the hardest thing I ever experienced. We were really close. I cried about it for weeks. Then my stepmom introduced me to some of her friends. They asked me, "Would you like to see your grandfather again?" I missed him so much, I was willing to try anything. That night, my stepmom drove me to one of her friends' house. They took me down to the basement. I saw my grandfather in there, only it wasn't actually him. When I tried to run, they closed the basement door and locked me in. I can't remember much else from that night. My stepmom's friends are always coming by the house now. They tell me I have a debt to pay. They say they have work for me to do. So why would this demon thing we just fought drop a note about a young boy who missed his grandfather? Well, before we have time to think about that, we're on to the next fight. At the top left-hand corner of the cemetery, there's a short puzzle we have to figure out by moving from one of the walkthrough areas of this 4-section courtyard into the correct next area. This puzzle can be solved by going to the room before it and then looking at which way the statue's hands are pointing. Once we solve the puzzle, we trigger yet again another boss fight. This ghost is much more violent than the previous one. As a matter of fact, the previous ghost didn't really seem to have any direct attacks. Instead, it just moved from cloud to cloud and supposedly killed John on accident when John was in the way. This one, however, makes a beeline for John, but because it's so exposed, is pretty easy to put down. Once again, when this ghost is defeated, it drops another note. I've been freed. No more overbearing father-turned-violent alcoholic. No more hiding my bruises and cuts. No more pills and needles. No more getting laughed at and kicked around. They'll never laugh at me again. By day, my body withers away, but by night, my mind explores forbidden worlds of power and knowledge, guided by beings of pure darkness. I have been trusted with secret knowledge of the demon's seal. I have learned the correct conjuring sign, drawing the inverted star along the rocks arranged in 5, first at the top left point and then down. I will lure them into the woods. Then I will show them my power. Now this note sounds a whole lot more like a demon, right? But again, why is that paired with the one that we heard earlier? But before we can think about that, we're on to the last boss fight of the cemetery. By now going to the right-hand side of the cemetery, we find ourselves in a small sort of maze. While walking the path to unlock the doorway, we come across another note. This note giving us a bit more context as to the events surrounding Chapter 1. It is with great sadness that the Sterling community announces the passing of Cindy Marie Martin, 38, and Robert Kimball Martin, 40. Devoted husband and wife and beloved parents. Their lives tragically came to an end on September the 21st due to an accident in their home. Bob was a training advisor for the United States Navy and Cindy was a CPA and, more recently, a stay-at-home mother. They were married March the 12th of 1969 in Voluntown. Though not particularly religious, they taught their children to be kind, generous, and involved in the community. A public, closed-casket memorial will be held at Tillinghast Funeral Home at 10 a.m. Thursday. Burial services will proceed shortly after. Bob and Cindy are survived by their daughter, Amy, and twin boys, Nate and Jason. So if you were curious as to how in Chapter 1, John just lets himself into the Martin household a year after the first exorcism and wonder why Bob and Cindy don't have anything to say about that, that's because Bob and Cindy no longer exist. You could probably piece that together given the redacted note that John left Molly in Chapter 1. But even from the descriptions we see in this newspaper article, their death sounds pretty brutal. I mean, it had to be a closed casket after all. But no time to dwell on that because we've got another demon ghost soul thing to go fight. And when we get to that fight, we're treated to this sight.
I'm unending.
This boss fight is kind of a combination of the previous two. While it does move towards us, albeit slower, the majority of its attacks revolve it moving across the screen in a set direction, not specifically chasing down John. As long as you can stay out of the way of its attack patterns, you're fine, and upon exorcising this ghost, we get our last note from the cemetery.
Nobody was thrilled when I got pregnant. Not even a little happy. Even my doctor seemed to be judging me. Each time I'd leave the doctor's office, I'd see this strange woman across the street. All she'd do is stare at me and smile. No words, just a big, warm smile. Somehow, it made those visits a little more bearable. After I lost the baby, I saw her again across the street from the doctor's. Her smile was as big as ever, but somehow not as warm and friendly as I remember. Yesterday, I was walking and was shocked to see the woman standing in the middle of the path. Now she was pregnant. She beckoned towards me. I followed her off the path into the woods. That's when I met Gary.
So now that we have 3 different examples, we can probably figure out what these ghosts that we've been fighting really are. If it hasn't already been made clear, there is some kind of cult associated with whatever demonic presence is happening in this town. Again, in one of the bad endings from chapter 1, we see the cult outright. And even though that ending isn't canon, their influence in the area certainly is. Things like the sacrificed animal that we've seen in both chapters. And now these 3 red figures that we found in the Save family tomb. And especially the mention at the end of that last note of a man named Gary. We've heard Gary mentioned multiple times at this point, all in relation to whatever this cult is. So it seems from these notes that Gary and his converts, given the note from the young boy who we first fought in the tombs, have been leading people in with promises of seeing their dead loved ones, of good fortune and power, and this has caused individuals to fully commit themselves over to demonic spirits. I mean, we just saw what happened to the souls or bodies of people who were a part of this cult for some time. It seems that this cult has a greater reach beyond just what happened to Amy Martin. John makes his way back to the Save family tomb, and on approaching the mirror again, this time his reflection takes that key and jams it into his own eye. John, now in the real world with his eye bleeding and a key inside of it, stumbles his way out of the tomb and heads to the gate at the top of the cemetery, all the while leaving a trail of blood behind him. Now, supposedly pulling the key out of his skull, John opens the gate and is led again into a sort of wooded area. But upon entering this wooded area, this happens. The first time I played this game, which was live on the second channel, which second channel live streams, by the way, link in the description. But when I was playing this game, it horrified me. I wanted to quit right there. I did not want to run into whatever that thing is again. And for the rest of the game, I exercised every tree I came across because I was taking no chances. Eventually, John makes his way to an old abandoned church just above the cemetery. Walking up to the church, John finds a very ominous note.
She guards the door to underground purgatory. Eye hath not seen her. Children fear her.
Well, no time to think about what that might mean yet. So if we explore the outside of the church, we'll find that the church itself is surrounded by a large cornfield. Walking into the cornfield, John can exorcise a scarecrow which reveals this note. I had to come back. I had to walk through the corn one last time. I wasn't sure what I would find. The dogs, the children, the thing that took them. It had been 5 years. I couldn't even find the little graves anymore. I just walked in the field until I found that stupid grinning scarecrow. As I listened to the night wind blowing through the crops, it was like the scarecrow was mocking me. I turned around to go back, and that's when I heard it behind me. Well, it was more like I felt it. I didn't dare turn around. We just stood there. Me, the scarecrow, and the doomed child. Finally, I mustered up a tiny bit of courage and turned to look. It immediately fled in the opposite direction, crashing through the rows of corn. I ran too. What little I saw of it drained the blood from my face and made my skin crawl. I say it because whatever I was looking at didn't have a face. Just a bloody, gaping hole. This immediately reminds us of Amy Martin, right? Because when's the other time that we've seen something with a giant hole for a face? Another detail is that while walking through the cornfields, John will often spot a small purple child quickly moving just off screen. We don't have enough information to know yet if this is the child that maybe the note was referring to, or maybe this child is related to the creature with a hole for a face, or maybe it's just a young William Afton. Upon stepping into the foyer of the church, we find a note laying on the floor. Day 1 of our paranormal investigation into the old Snake Meadow Hill Church. We've got 3 cameras, a box of tapes, and enough beer and beef jerky to last us a week. On our way in, we asked some of the locals about the church. It was mostly the stories we had heard before, evil spirits dragging children into the cornfield and secret tunnels under the chapel. But there was this spindly lady game that we hadn't heard yet. Apparently, it has to do with summoning the spirit of a woman who used to take care of the orphans back in the 50s. There's even an old rhyme they told us. Walk the church from room to room, and maybe you will see her. She will move when you do, but never try to trick her. Awesome. We're going to try the game tonight as soon as we get settled in. So first of all, this church is called the Snake Meadow Hill Church. That should be familiar because the house that the Martins lived at was on Snake Meadow Hill Road. So likely, the Martin household and this church are somehow connected, at least geographically. The other thing is this detail of the Spindly Lady game. In every room of the church, there are a series of candles laid out on the ground. After some guesswork, the player will eventually realize that the candles line up with the rooms of the church itself. One candle representing the player, one candle representing something else. If the two candles become one lit candle, that means you are currently in the room with whatever this creature is. By checking different areas of the room by holding up your cross, eventually, the Spindly Lady will appear. This is again another boss fight, and when defeated, the Spindly Lady won't respawn. Once we find the Spindly Lady, she'll begin an attack pattern where she teleports away from the player and then flies at them. Compared to the fights we've had up until now, it's pretty tough, but once we finally defeat her, the door to the basement will be opened in the main auditorium of the church. Now I know that those of you who know the game know that I'm skipping a lot of Chapter 2 and the church right now, but right now we're just looking at all the canonical main stuff. Once we figure out the nature of Chapter 2 itself, I'll go back and talk about the exploration stuff. As we walk down the stairs into the basement, we find a note written by someone named Father Clark. This is my final memoir, hastily scribbled on a page of the good book. I now descend the staircase, knowing full well that she waits for me ahead. Checking my old watch has revealed something quite astonishing. Time doesn't change down here as we know it on the surface. Even now, the hands don't move past 2 o'clock. God's work be done, I have been to where only the faintest light shine and protect from things unspeakable. God help me, Father Clark, a foolish old man, going mad in this dark prison, ears bleeding from the screams of a demon. So here we see that Father Clark, who was supposedly a previous priest at this church, fell victim to whatever creature was inhabiting it. There is a sort of clock face laying on the ground in the next room, and then when stepping into the room after that, we see that the room is completely dark other than a series of symbols laid out on the floor. The symbols correlate to the clock in the previous room, and what we're supposed to do is trace the clock around its sides to figure out the correct path to take to get to the other side. If John doesn't step on the symbols in the correct order, then all of the symbols will disappear as a sort of timer begins to play, and John has to run back to the start of the room. And when he gets there, he sees exactly what was chasing him. Now, we have no idea what this creature is yet. We will soon. But whatever it is, it's big and frightening. Once we finally do get to the other side, we're led into another room that has these sort of gray effigies all around it, with the word Mother of Demons scrawled into the floor. After walking back up the stairs, we find ourselves once again in the middle of the woods. However, this time, laying in a circle of rocks, we find a very special note. 3 murdered in latest wave of ritualistic killings, Sterling, Connecticut. The bodies of 3 young people were discovered in the woods outside of Sterling last night, in what authorities are calling a ritualistic murder. Sandra Atwood, Angel Nogles, and Troy Ingalls are the names of the unfortunate victims who were apparently stabbed multiple times and beheaded before being killed in a paganistic ritual. Pandemonium regnat. 2 of the victims' bodies were only partially burned, although authorities would not specify who. The bodies were found several miles from Gallup Cemetery, where residents reported a tomb had been desecrated. They also found trails of blood leading off into the woods. Investigators would not comment on whether or not these 2 incidents could be related. The arrangement of the bodies in a ritualistic pattern, as well as the writing of certain symbols in blood, matches the style of several murders that have occurred in the Sterling area since 1986. The killings may be connected to last week's brutal slaying of Amy Martin, a 17-year-old girl, by John Ward. Ward had impersonated a priest to gain Amy's trust before luring her into the woods and killing her. Investigators are asking residents to report any suspicious activity to the police. Authorities are urging the people of Sterling to not mourn the loss of Atwood, Noglis, and Ingalls because, after all, they were degenerate, devil-worshipping thugs who were hooked on crack cocaine and hated their parents. Why even conduct an investigation at all? That's what you would like them to think, wouldn't you, John? They were just three pathetic outcasts who got what they deserved. You actually did the community a favor when you found them getting high in that tomb. You stalked them through the graves and killed them one by one. You ignored their cries for help, their pleas for mercy. You put holes in their ruined drug addict bodies, and then you chopped off their heads because everybody knows that removing the head is the only way to kill a snake. Well, guess what? You didn't kill the snakes, John. You cannot kill what cannot be killed. Thou shalt not raise up what thou canst not put down again. Thou couldst not kill Amy. Thou shalt not destroy my works, for they are the works of the eternal dragon. Even now she is at thy door. Her hand is at thy throat, yet you see her not. I will have thy soul, for I am the God of this world.
I will have thy soul, for I am the God of this world.
I'm here, John.
We cut out of the note and fire surrounds us. There's cult members everywhere. Amy is watching us behind a tree just above. When suddenly John's body begins to dissolve and melt into nothingness until he becomes this deformed spider-like creature crawling about on the floor. Eventually, after wandering around in this state and surrounded by more of these effigies, John makes his way to an underpass. On the bridge above, he sees a man and woman repairing a truck. After passing beneath that bridge, John regains his original form. There's been a lot of weird stuff so far in Chapter 2, and not just your typical, oh, there's demons and he's an exorcist stuff. Like, there's been some reality-breaking sequences. For example, whenever we left the cemetery on our way to the church earlier, John opens a gate and suddenly the whole layout of the cemetery appears right in front of him. And here we saw what looked like John's body melting into nothingness, but now he's fine, priest collar and all. Eventually, we make our way to a drainage tunnel that leads under the road. To give some context to this, we find another note. 2 more bodies have been recovered from the drainage ditch under Snake Meadow Hill Road outside Sterling. The notorious Candy Tunnel, known in the area to be a home to addicts, gangs, runaways, and the indigent, has been the site of several grisly discoveries over the past 3 months. Since May, 5 bodies have been recovered from the drainage ditch leading to the tunnels. Authorities are being pressured by concerned citizens to search the tunnels, amid fears of a possible connection to Joe Bowman, aka the Candy Store Killer, who has claimed 8 victims in Connecticut and Rhode Island over the past year. And there certainly was some kind of killer down here, because on stepping into the sewers, we see not only demonic graffiti, but skeletons and bodies littered around everywhere. On exercising some of these skeletons, we can find another note. Multiple officers wounded, found dead in sewer tunnel shootout. Law enforcement officials are reporting multiple officers down, including 1 deputy who was fatally wounded after an exchange of gunfire in the sewer tunnels near Snake Meadow Hill Road, also known as the Candy Tunnel. Witnesses say they heard the shots approximately 10 minutes after police raided the tunnels, where suspected murderer Joe Bowman, aka the Candy Store Killer, was alleged to be hiding. At this time, it is not known how many officers have been wounded, although it has been confirmed that 1 officer has been killed. Officials are not saying if Bowman was wounded in the exchange, and efforts are being made to recover the casualties from the tunnels. As we keep walking through the tunnels, we'll eventually come across trails of blood. Following them, we'll enter a room that has graffiti across 4 different columns that, when pieced together, says, "When you see it, don't move." Keeping this in mind, as we enter the next room, this appears from behind a pillar, and as we remain perfectly still, it gets closer as we see it's a creature whose hands are disembodied and constantly rubbing its face. This is a creature known as the Peekaboo Demon, and just as the graffiti suggests, when you see it, don't move. Following where it went, we can come across other notes related to what's happening down in these tunnels. Also, as we move through these tunnels, we'll occasionally see these red figures sprinting from behind the grates of the sewers. When I was a boy, my Nana used to tell me old legends about the dragons, trolls, and demons that lived up in the mountains of Norway. In those old tales, the people were never strong enough to kill the monster, so instead they would sacrifice one of their own to appease it, keep it satisfied. It was like a deal with the devil, one sacrifice per year so that the beast would not come down from the mountain and slaughter the entire village in one night. There was no candy store killer. What we're dealing with is not even human. When I got separated from the other officers, I saw the damn thing dragging what was left of Jenkins down into its lair. That's when I understood. The bums and the tweakers, the ones with grid and the child prostitute runaways, they'll eventually come back to the tunnels. They always do. It can have them for all I care. Nobody wants them around, except maybe that thing. And I tell you what, I hope to God it never gets tired of them. So whatever's down here is supposedly feeding on people, and the witnesses are so afraid of it, they want it to keep feeding as long as it's not on them. There's another sort of secret note that can be found when traveling just off screen to a hidden corner of the room. This is as far as I'll go to hide my stash. Nobody goes past the first pipe. Nobody except those strange people with their bodies painted red and their eyes like animals. Twice a month, they come and pass right through into the deeper tunnels. Sometimes I can hear them yelling or chanting. Sometimes I hear something like an old woman laughing. Sometimes I hear things that aren't even human. Whatever they are, they sound really, really big. As is to be expected, this cult is involved in some way. They're holding rituals and sacrifices, it seems, down in the sewers, and as we've seen from the other notes, innocent people are paying the price. As we continue to follow the path of blood, it will eventually lead us to a dark room. In the corner of the room is a flashlight, and on picking it up, we can see the carnage across the walls and floor. And at the center of this carnage, John will encounter the basement demon. When meeting him, the demon will say, "Welcome, blasphemer," and another boss fight will begin. This fight is particularly difficult on your first try because you can only see a limited amount of the room in whichever direction you point your flashlight. And again, being touched by the demon in any way kills John. During the fight, however, as John whips his flashlight around the room, he will catch brief glimpses of the same child from earlier, or even two children at a time, sprinting across the room. After a couple phases of attacks, the boss will be defeated, and John is now allowed to leave the area. Using his flashlight, he can now venture into the dark tunnel with cryptic symbols, and at the end of the tunnel, he will see a red figure sprinting away from him. Now, at this point, we've seen these red figures before. Not only have they appeared in glimpses in the background of certain areas, but while walking through the sewers, it's possible to run into them, in which case they needed to be fended off with a cross. These red figures, as described in several of the letters that we've seen earlier, are not demons per se, but are instead cult members. These low-level cult members are effectively cannon fodder that the cult throws at John to try to stop him. Within the game and community, these members are referred to as thralls. The purpose of these thralls are to serve as a vessel for and to worship the demons, while also trying to stop John Ward. On following the direction this thrall went, we find ourselves in an underground catacomb. The wall's purple and very different from the sewer we've come to know so far. We find a door with the depiction of a goat-headed demon, but are unable to pass as the door is locked. While looking for a way out, we can use our flashlight to look at the ground and see, once again scrawled in blood, the phrase, "They hate the light." Keeping this in mind, we walk into the next room and we are suddenly attacked by what appears to be high-ranking cult members. Or at least I assume they're high-ranking, considering that the thralls run around naked, painted red, and these guys get to wear clothes. So that's high-ranking in my book. As these cult members approach us, John shines his light at them to force them into the shadows. Using this technique, John can make his way around the edge of the room and eventually find a sort of altar with a key lying beneath it. If John walks to the top of this room, he finds a note hidden behind 3 different symbols. These symbols block John's movement, but the note definitely looks like ones we've been able to pick up until this point. So why can't we get to it? More on that later. John then has to make his way back through the room filled with the high-ranking cult members, but as he does, there's a picture of what appears to be a nun at the front of the room. John can even exorcise the picture. Much like the note that we weren't able to get to earlier, more on that in a minute. Now able to unlock the demon's door, John steps through and finds himself in a hallway. now no longer needing the flashlight. But then suddenly, as he walks through the hallway, Father Garcia saves John from the demonic nun that was about to attack him. For one, this is super cool. Father Garcia is neat, and then he shows up with the cross, and the nun disappears, and yay, I love it. But also, that nun is similar to the picture that we saw in the cult members' room earlier. Garcia tells John that he will help him to fight this evil, and the two of them set off. They walk into a room where the symbols on the floor match the symbols that were seen on the floor of the Martins' basement where Amy was exorcised. It seems that the demons are placing this here for John to see and make him feel guilt over the loss of Amy Martin. Garcia assures John that this wasn't his fault and that together they'll defeat this evil. The two of them step into the next room, and when they approach a figure standing in front of an altar of various demons, the figure turns around to reveal its evil and spitting face. Here it is John's job to protect Garcia as Garcia recites the 91st Psalm. During this time, thralls will rush out of the doorways around the room and attempt to kill Garcia. John has to protect Garcia during this time and can also deal damage to the demon at the center of the room, but it's also completely possible that during this segment, Father Garcia dies. Like straight up, if you don't protect him, a thrall will run over and decimate him. Just like John, he goes down in one hit. Although we're not going to do that because we like Garcia. And while Garcia's death here doesn't affect that much, as we're going to see, in my world you keep Garcia alive through every phase of the fight. This boss fight has 3 stages. The first is this defense against the thralls. The second goes back to a flashlight similar to the basement demon fight from earlier. And then in the third stage of the fight, the nun uses combos and moves that we've seen from pretty much every boss fight up until this point. After we finally defeat the nun, her body begins to dissolve, and this giant monstrous being breaks out of her. This is the same monstrous being that we saw in the basement of the church earlier. But just as this is happening, all of a sudden, John wakes up. Yes, I know, the whole thing was a dream. That's so boring and lame and stupid. And you're fair to have that opinion on first playthrough of like, oh, was any of that even real? Did I just do all of chapter 2 and it was all in Layhead? Again, insert pyrocynical reference. But chapter 2 isn't so much a dream as it is a vision. Sure, John's actions within chapter 2 weren't real, but everything that he was witnessing was. The possessions of the cult members who went to the cemetery is real. All the events that we read about happening at the Snake Meadow Hill Church are real, and especially the things we've learned related to the cult. Effectively, this dream allowed John to learn about what the cult was up to and what their practices are without actually putting his life on the line. This also explains a lot of the weird things we've been seeing throughout chapter 2. Like, again, the children appearing in the background of certain boss fights, to elements of the world appearing and disappearing at whim. So now in John's house, we can walk around to the other side of the bed and pick up the only note in the game that we get from Molly.
John, I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry. I will always love you back. Molly.
So it seems that Molly, again, the woman that John wrote to in chapter 1, seemed to be a romantic interest. But that doesn't make sense. How does a priest have a romantic interest? It's kind of like against the whole point. But again, all will be explained eventually. As John walks to his living room, for one, he passes by a door that's absolutely covered in crosses, probably something to be remembered. And then in his living room, we can see a letter on John's doormat. When picking up the letter on the doormat, we find a note from Father Garcia.
John, we don't have much time. The profane Sabbath is almost upon us. If they find Nate and Jason, they will perform a ritual on them to call forth the demon of unspeakable power. The name of the demon is Malthus. I am in the process of discovering their whereabouts. I will contact you again soon. We must not let them do to the boys what they did to Amy. Father Garcia.
So even though Garcia and John have never formally met, I mean, they met in the woods outside of the Martin household, but that doesn't count, somehow Garcia knows about John. And he also knows about John's plan to save the twins. He says that Nate and Jason are out there somewhere and that the cult is trying to use them to summon a demon by the name of Malthus. Now, Malphus is an actual biblical demon, or at least in Jewish and Christian lore, a demon that's mentioned outside of the Bible. By means that we're not sure of yet, Garcia is helping John, and the two of them have to find Nate and Jason before it's too late. Chapter 2 ends with a cutscene of John driving away saying that he has to save the twins, before the camera pans back and we see that he's being followed. So whatever John and Garcia set out to do, the cult will be hot on their tracks. Now, Chapter 2 is absolutely full of a lot of different lore and a lot of different alternative endings. The lamest one I'll mention now, if you get Garcia killed during that end boss fight, his letter to John at the end doesn't even mention Malphus, he's just saying that your soul can still be saved. And the end cutscene of John driving, his dialogue isn't nearly as cool. He's not like, I gotta save the twins, instead he's just like, oh, I'm so sad. But in this house, we save Garcia every time, or we quit. That's just how it works. But now that you know how the mainline story of Chapter 2 goes, let's talk about all of the extra lore and even an alternate ending. So since we understand that John isn't actually present for the events that are happening in Chapter 2, let's look at some of the other things he's given knowledge of in this sort of vision. Starting with the Snake Meadow Hill Church. While exploring this church, other than the spindly lady randomly attacking you, there are some other things that we can come across. For one, John can find a confession booth located in the side of the church. When stepping into the confession booth, this scene plays.
Pray for me, Father, for I have sinned. What sins have you done to confess? I tried to save a girl from evil, but my fears overcame me. I turned my back on the ministry and broke my vows to God. A year later, the girl reached out to me again, but in the end, I couldn't save her. I left her to die. I am sorry for me and my past sins. Thou hast said will. Here is my penance. Bring the child to me, preferably sent of generation, and thou shalt have the peace thou seekest. Give thanks to the Lord for his good, for his mercy endures forever.
So this opens up some questions. For one, we know that John is talking about his experience with Amy, and her attempt to save her the second time was the events of Chapter 1. And as we saw at the end of Chapter 1, John still couldn't save her. However, the demon specifically asked John to bring him a child, which, believe it or not, is something we can actually do. While exploring the rest of the church and walking to the altar at the front of the auditorium, we come across several depictions in stained glass. Most of these are normal, a depiction of an angel, a depiction of a cross, but then we have this one depiction of a figure with a hand flying out of its face. This, of course, elicits memories of Amy back in Chapter 1. But then combine that with the note we read earlier of someone seeing a red figure with a hole for a face. Are these all referring to Amy, or is this something that either the cult or the demons is causing to happen? And by causing to happen, I mean to multiple people. Also, remember how when we were walking around the church earlier, we found the note from a paranormal investigation crew, the one that explained to us how the Spindly Lady game works? Well, while exploring the church, you can actually find the 3 other notes that tell us what happened to that crew. We still haven't found a way into the basement, but we found something just as cool, a secret passage in the old confession booth leading to this hallway. Henry's going into town to buy a crowbar. We'll see if we can't get these boards off some of these doors. But that's not even the best part. We caught an EVP. You can't hear it on tape very well, but to us it kind of sounded like laughing. Thank God we brought the nice mic. We'll review it on the sound gear once we get back into town. Night 2. We're gonna be rich. We've caught supernatural stuff on camera before, sure. Doors opening on their own, things falling off shelves, but nothing like this. Tonight, while we were trying the Spindly Lady game again, one of the candles lit up by itself as soon as Lars walked into the room. It was nuts, and we got it all on film. We're gonna make a fortune selling this to the TV stations. Night 3. Shouldn't have come here. Tape's missing. Lars stuck behind basement door. Henry hasn't come back yet. Can't leave anyway. So yeah, they're probably fine, I'm sure. You're probably picking up that this church has a lot of connections to everything else we've seen in the plot. Something happened here back in the 50s, and a group of kids somehow died. And in the prologue to chapter 2, we get some more explanation as to why this church is so important. But before we talk about the prologue, I want to talk about chapter 2's secret ending. Remember how when we went to that underground temple, there were the 3 symbols between us and the last note? Well, to get that note, the player has to perform 3 demonic actions. Now, why would John perform these 3 demonic actions? I don't know, it's not canon. John wouldn't actually do that, but it's fun for us, so why not make John do it? The first of these actions can be performed after John's reflection stabs himself in the eye with the key inside of the Save family tomb. If, while dripping blood, John walks back to the series of rocks that he spawned in at the beginning of chapter 2, and then just as the note from the thrall that he killed in the cemetery instructed, remember the one that specified how to draw a pentagram, if John traces that track with his blood, it will cause a pentagram to appear and a demon to spawn in. This demon will charge at the player, but after defeated, drops another note.
Notes: New patient initial consultation. Subject: John Thomas Ward. Present: Dr. James Spinell, PhD, and 2 orderlies. Subject non-responsive for first half hour, followed by fragmented exorcism narrative. Subject unable to maintain consistency in story. For example, stating that Amy was in the basement and then saying she was in the attic. Subject insists incident was the result of demonic possession. Cannot declare subject of sound mind. Will require several more sessions to fully understand subject's mental state. Will advise Martin family attorneys.
So again, it gives us another note from John's time in a psych ward. This one calling out John for being an unreliable narrator, which actually highlights the thing I mentioned in chapter 1, where John's note goes from the description of Amy in the basement to the description of Amy in the attic. The attending physician is trying to discredit John's experience. We'll see another note from this doctor after we perform the second demonic act. Remember how in the church, the voice in the confession booth said that we need to bring him a child? Well, for our second demonic act, we bring him a child. If, after receiving this note from the demon in the confession booth, if John walks to the cornfield behind the church, the child that earlier was only spawning off the sides of the screen will now begin to follow John. He will follow John all the way back into the church, and if we walk in front of the confession booth, the mirror demon from chapter 1 will reach out and grab the child. This will then pull John into another boss fight. After the mirror demon is defeated again, we receive another note.
Subject is suffering from delusion. In John's mind, he plays the role of the hero sent by God to protect the innocent. In order to escape the consequences of his actions, he has created his own reality. In order for everything to make sense, he needs to believe in the evil spirits and paranormal occurrences. I recommend an in vivo approach until we can get John to accept the truth. And for the love of God, please have Miss Martin transferred to another facility. Somehow, John knows that she is in here with him.
So this letter is really interesting. For one, we see that the physician is again trying to denounce John's purpose, and he says things like John thinks of himself as a hero, but given the John we see, that's not at all the case. I believe the physician just hears John talking about demons and trying to save her, and thinks that John has a messiah complex, when in actuality, John thinks of himself as not a messiah at all, and very unable and self-degrading because he couldn't save Amy. But what's interesting is that note at the end, where the physician says that somehow John knows Amy is in the facility. And while the physician is saying that this is because John's delusional and maybe overly paranoid, so he just heard Amy was here, so he's freaking out, it's most likely because John, after the events of 1986, just witnessed the carnage that happened at the Martin household, and now knows that the demon is inside the hospital with him. Finally, the last demonic act we can perform is when John is transformed into the spider creature, or whatever this crawling thing is. If, just before traveling beneath the bridge where he can see the couple working on a truck on top of the bridge, if John goes back down and then up to get onto the bridge itself, John can kill the man and woman while in this demonic state of being. After that, he can just loop back down and then go about the level as usual. After all 3 of these acts are performed, if John goes back to that setting in the underground temple, all 3 of the symbols will now be gone. Again, each symbol represented a separate demonic act. If you had only performed 1 or 2 demonic acts earlier, when you come to this section now, 1 or 2 of those symbols will be gone, but you can't get to the note without doing all 3.
Well done, thou good and faithful servant. We shall visit thee soon.
Then, at the end of chapter 2, after John awakes in his house, instead of picking up the note and ending the chapter as he normally would, now if John walks into his kitchen, the back door is open, and walking out the back door leads to this cutscene. Now, of course, this isn't canon. John didn't do those demonic actions in his dream in the through storyline of the game, but if, again, the player wants to do this for funsies, he can condemn John's soul to hell forever. I'm a fan of this ending for a few reasons. For one, typically in video games, the bad ending is the one you get for playing through the game normally, and the good ending only comes once you do all of these hidden steps. And as we'll see, that's certainly true for Chapter 3, but here in Chapter 2, you have to work for the bad ending. While I was talking to Erdorf, he gave me a very compelling response as to why that is. In a lot of secular beliefs around demons or demonology or even theology in general, there's kind of this laissez-faire approach to possession of sorts or demonic influence. Like, a lot of movies and stuff you'll see will depict someone just going about their life as per usual, and then one day, oh no, I've got a demon in me. So sad. But as Erdorf discussed, it's not like that at all. As a matter of fact, it normally takes a long series of commitment, of belief, and of practice for someone to truly give themselves over to evil forces. That just as one must dedicate themselves to following after God and holiness, one must dedicate themselves to following after Satan and evil. And of course, the depictions of demons and the supernatural throughout these games is very overt, very in your face, not quite, how it really happens. But those elements of real Satanism or demonic activity or what have you are translated into the game in their own way. In other words, you don't trip backwards into joining a demonic cult. John has to perform a ritual to summon the demons, and then he has to give a child to the demons, and then he has to kill 2 people himself. And of course, John in the game doesn't do that, but it does give us insight as to what some of these cult members might have had to do in order to gain their status in the cult. Because as we're going to see, especially in Chapter 3, these people are absolutely vile, and it's one of the most disturbing and best parts of the whole series. Can't wait to talk about it. So with all those details of Chapter 2 out of the way, let's talk about that prologue, and maybe finally answer some questions as to what started this whole mess. Given that the prologue is unlockable after completing Chapter 2, and if the player starts the prologue, it runs you through the prologue and then into Father Garcia's flashback that Chapter 2 normally opens with, and from there the rest of Chapter 2, we can assume that the prologue is also a part of John's dream. As the prologue begins, we awake as John, whose vehicle has crashed on the side of the road. If we walk a little forward past the car, we can see that his car was actually ran off the road by none other than a thrall. The thrall seems satisfied with his actions, even in death, and if we walk off the screen and then come back, we can see that the thrall has left the vehicle. With nowhere else to go, John begins to walk into the cornfield, where he is suddenly attacked by this demon thing, whatever it is. And similar to boss fights we've seen earlier in the series, John must hold up his cross to reveal where the demon is at, and then from there defeat it in separate phases. After defeating the demon, we can exit the cornfield, and from there we see what appears to be a dead dog. Exercising it, we receive our first note of the prologue.
About a week ago, we started hearing those awful noises coming from the adjacent fields. After 3 nights, the children were getting pretty scared. I told them it was just coyotes. That third night, the noises seemed closer than ever. The dogs were panicking. I could hardly approach them. Then Greta, the last of that old line brought over by the German missionaries, broke loose and tore off into the corn. We all listened, too scared to go after her, as her barks faded away into the distance. After that, we had 2 nights of silence, besides the endless whispering of the wind blowing through the crops. But then, this morning, I stepped outside to see this fresh whore left at the edge of the field. There's something out there.
Of course, this note makes sense as we've seen things in the cornfield ourselves. We're given a bit more clarification as to what the previous note was talking about after we exorcise a statue of St. Michael and receive this note.
What more could I have done? I warned them not to go into the fields. I warned them against straying too far from the sanctuary. Should I have shut them in their quarters and nailed boards over the doors? Now I am digging 6 graves here in the shadow of the church. 6 little graves forever looking to St. William. Some of the boxes are empty. The scattered remains we found couldn't fill them all. But I know they're all gone. I know their souls were taken by that thing in the field. I will finish my gruesome work and then renounce the ministry. I don't want to see anyone from the sanctuary ever again, not even that girl who stayed inside the house last night. I don't believe in the devil anymore. Whatever did this is much, much worse.
This is in reference to the initial, I was about to say missing children incident, but that gives flashbacks of another 8-bit horror game indie franchise that we're not talking about. But it clues us in that this note and the previous note were referring to the first event that's happened in the timeline. We'll later find out that this note was written in the 1930s, and that for some reason, 6 children were killed by whatever this thing was outside of the church. But there's also that mention of the end of a woman who stayed inside when the 6 children died. Keep her in mind, we're going to get an explanation for that in just a sec. Walking forward, we once again come across Snake Meadow Hill Church. And just outside of the church, we find this note.
We have a new volunteer to look after the children and take care of things around the sanctuary. Sister Bell. She came highly recommended by the main office in Hartford. Bringing her in marks the completion of staffing the church after all these years. The church has been very careful about letting out what happened to those children. As far as I can tell, I'm the only one left who knows about it. Soon I'll be gone and the sanctuary will be able to go back into service, having finally left those dark times behind. We've received clearance to move in a new group of children, 3 next week and another 3 sometime next month.
So this is taking place after the previous series of notes that mentioned 6 children dying, that now the orphanage is allowed to have another 6 kids brought in, and that they're under the watchful eye of Sister Bell. Walking into the church itself, the layout has changed slightly from how it normally is in Chapter 2. Again, all of this is in a dream, so it makes sense that the rooms aren't the exact way we know them to be previously. But there's still some of the mainstays, like the sanctuary and this weird cross that says, "Thou shalt not kill." While walking into the area where the confession booth was previously, if John exorcises a chalice, a demon will appear. After defeating the chalice demon, we receive this note.
Sister Bell seems like a naturally cheery person, but when the new children arrived, she became positively elated. She doles over them constantly, takes them on walks, and tells them stories long into the night. I've seen her engaging in strange behavior. We don't teach the children much dancing or singing besides what is found in the hymns, but I've seen the children dancing around Sister Bell in a circle from time to time. While they dance, she stands still and looks up at the sky as if listening to something. On another occasion, I found all 6 children standing in a line just outside the cornfield where Sister Bell was standing and talking to them. These odd games don't bother me too much, since she's so good with the children. Her cleaning is excellent too. As soon as she arrived, she seemed to just instantly know her way around.
While the person writing this note is okay with Sister Bell being weird, I'm absolutely not. Because, and I know I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit with the timeline stuff, but this note was written around the 1950s, right? Okay, so we have 6 kids that died in the 30s, and then we have another set of 6 kids here in the 50s, and then when the game takes place in 1987, no one's there. The church is shut down, And there's all these notes that, oh, there's a demon lady you can summon, the spindly lady and all that, from this creepy story of when the church shut down in the 50s. So Sister Belle spinning around with the kids in the cornfield and just looking up at the sky, don't like it. Walking into the sanctuary of a church, we find yet again another note.
They couldn't have given me a worse last case before retirement. Old Catholic church out in the middle of nowhere, 1 missing woman, 4 missing kids, and 1 deceased old nun. The brothers and sisters, or whatever the hell the people that work there call themselves, are all terrified and, worse, superstitious. All except Father Clark, who runs the place. Him and I drive along the farm roads at night, looking for signs of the missing people, and he makes for pretty good company. There are 2 kids left. Twins. Say they were asleep the night the 4 went missing. They also claim that the woman, Miriam Bell, isn't actually gone. When I ask where she is, they look at each other, then back at me, and tell me to ask her myself.
All right, so this makes it interesting. This is an investigator who is looking into 4 kids that went missing again around the 1950s. He says that he is working at the church with someone named Father Clark. Because of that, we can assume that the previous notes describing Sister Bell and her behavior were written by Father Clark. So we have Sister Bell and Father Clark, who is managing everything going wrong at the church, and then all of a sudden, 1 lady disappears, an old nun dies, and 4 of the kids go missing. We also see that Sister Bell's full name is Miriam Bell, and that the 2 kids who didn't go missing, the twins, are confused when the investigator asks where Belle is, because they say, simply talk to her, she's right here. If the player then goes to the right side of the church and exercises a painting of the Virgin Mary, as John tries to leave, a thrall will run out of a pile of brush, or trash or whatever that is, and sprint towards the player. If the thrall gets to John, he'll kill him, but if John repels the thrall will run away saying that they couldn't help themselves, that they're sorry. It gives the eerie notion that perhaps some of these cult members are initially volunteering or want the power of the demons, but at some point have no control over their actions. Then when John comes back into the sanctuary, there will be another note.
This morning we found these very odd subjects around the church. The best way I can describe them would be large, life-size dolls made of sticks and dead tree branches. Someone must have placed them there while we were sleeping. Hoodlums, maybe, or a group of weirdos? The twins seem fixated on these doll things. They stare out the window at them all day. I even heard them shout that they saw Miriam standing around them, but when I looked, there was nobody there. Maybe it's the strange behavior of the twins, or the hours of driving these farm roads at night, but this place is getting to me. I keep having the same nightmare where I'm standing outside the church looking out into the fields. I can see people looking back at me through the rows of corn. Their bodies are painted red.
So once again, we have another letter from our investigator. And it seems that the church is starting to get to him. What's interesting here is the mention of these stick figure-like effigies. We've seen these before. If you'll remember in chapter 2, when we go through the room where we had to figure out the puzzle with the runes on the floor, and then we see the blood across the floor that says Mother of Demons, there were 6 of these effigies in that room. And also, after John was transformed into the spider thing, during that really weird segment in chapter 2, he was surrounded by these things, all in the field around him. As a matter of fact, his spider form kind of looked like one. And here in the note, we see that the 2 surviving twins are obsessed with these new effigies that have appeared outside of the church. And if I had to bet, I'd say there's probably 4 of them. It's in my opinion that these effigies are the husks or destroyed bodies of people who have fully given themselves over to demonic forces, or at the very least have been possessed or taken by demonic forces. We saw at the beginning of chapter 2, when moving through the graves, that these people who had given themselves over to the cult, even if some, like the child who just wanted to talk to his grandfather, did so without knowing what they were getting themselves into, we saw that the forms they took on were not human in any regard. They became these floating ghosts that had supernatural powers. So I think once you have ascended, or I guess descended, past the need for your physical body, your body becomes this thing. Or perhaps, alternatively, the effigies are made as some sort of ritual to make your body rise to a different version. Maybe it's not your physical body, but it's at least a stand-in of where a person used to be, either physically or symbolically. Another thing to see in this church is, again, when walking to the altar, this time there are several cultists sitting in the pews of the church. And then after exercising the weird glass window of the hand flying out of the angel, Virgin Mary, whatever that is, face, the cultist will begin to twitch and spaz out, eventually attacking the player. After walking into another room and repelling another thrall, a final note will appear in the sanctuary, and the door to the basement will now be open. This final note that we find in the sanctuary reads as follows.
I should have known this place was no good. The signs were all around me. The disappearances, the creepy twins, the life-size stick dolls. 4 of them. Around 2 a.m, we woke up to the sound of an old woman's cackle coming from the hallway outside the twins' room. I know this sounds crazy, but when we got to the hallway, the laughing was coming from a painting of the Virgin Mary. We thought we had lost our minds. Just then, we heard a loud noise coming from the chapel. We got there just in time to see Miriam drag the twins down the stairs leading to the basement. I drew my service weapon, but was stopped by Father Clark. He said something about God's work and headed down the stairs, sealing the opening of the stairs behind him. The stairs don't seem to open from this side. All I could do is wait. I can't describe the noises I heard down there, but one thing is certain, the devil is real. To anyone reading this, please, for the love of God, don't go down into that basement.
So, the cat's out of the bag. Miriam Bell is the cause, at least initially, for the demonic activity at the church. And as a matter of fact, as confirmed by Erdorf in our interview, all the way back in the 1930s when the initial 6 kids were killed, she was the woman who was left behind in the church. So in the 1930s, Miriam Bell, at the time probably not a sister or at least not a high-ranking nun, she was just a worker or perhaps even a visitor at that church, most likely performed some kind of demonic action or pact that condemned the 6 children. After the 6 kids are killed and the church shuts down its orphanage for a while, Sister Bell goes to perhaps a seminary school of some sort and eventually receives her status as an official sister. At that point, everyone from Snake Meadow Hill Church has left the ministry over the events that happened to those 6 kids. So now in the 50s, when Father Clark takes over and is looking for a nun to help him run the orphanage, Sister Bell is of course ready and willing to sign up. So Sister Bell comes back, as we could see from the notes describing how the kids would dance around her and sing in the fields. Miriam is once again putting her demonic influence on these children. This culminates when 4 of the kids go missing, and it seems that the other 2 are still under some kind of demonic spell. Now initially you may think that Miriam Bell is the old nun who died, but I don't think so. I believe she is the woman that went missing. Although now, as read in this note, she's back, and it's not good. Because the investigator says that Miriam Bell dragged the 2 remaining children down the stairs into that basement. Father Clark, effectively saying that the gun won't do anything and that this is God's fight, decides to travel into the basement alone and seal it off behind him. This lines up with the note we read from Father Clark in chapter 2, right before going into the basement ourselves, in which Father Clark mentioned that his watch is stuck at 2 a.m., that he hears a demon further down in the tunnels, and as we can assume, probably dies. So John ventures into the basement himself, and this time, instead of coming across a puzzle, he comes across, once again, the basement demon, the same one found in chapter 2 within the candy tunnel. The fight here is much the same, with the purple twins appearing around the room, and John only being able to fight the demon with a flashlight. Well, I mean, he's still fighting it with the cross, but he needs the flashlight to see. When the fight is over, and John begins to leave the basement, he'll find the final note of the chapter 2 prologue.
Here is the ritual of the door to hell. Let no brother or sister utter it. He that is master of spirits. Let 3 spirits that follow the dragon be put into the effigy of the accursed. Only then can it be purified. You will know when it's time, when its eyes glow red. To enter the unseen world, destroy the purified effigy with fire. Then shall the door to hell be opened.
This will mean something to the chapter 2 prologue's alternate ending. Yes, even the prologue has an alternate ending. For the normal ending, if John comes out of the basement and then walks towards the altar at the front of the church, John will see the twins standing on stage. However, when he tries to approach them, the nun from the end of chapter 2 will suddenly appear and utter the phrase, "My little one," before the screen cuts to black and we're then thrown into the beginning of Chapter 2. And if you haven't figured it out already, the nun that we fought in Chapter 2 at the end boss fight with Father Garcia is Miriam Bell. So Miriam Bell, again, was there in the 30s, she was there in the 50s for both instances of dead children, and now, all the way in 1987, in John's vision, her influence is still very strong at the church, appearing there at the end of the prologue, and appearing for the boss fight at the end of Chapter 2. So it seems that Miriam Bell is the inception of everything that's going wrong. For the secret ending of the Chapter 2 prologue, if after leaving the basement demon fight, John walks out of the church and all the way back to the cornfield with his crashed car from the beginning of the prologue, he will see that now the Scarecrow is surrounded by a series of demonic symbols. If John exorcises the Scarecrow and then walks up to it, he'll see that its face is now an open hole. Again, more of that imagery of this demonic cult causing people's faces to just be like a pit of sorts. Specifically, the eyes of the Scarecrow will now glow red, or where the eyes should be. If you'll remember that last note we found in the prologue about the effigy of the accursed and whatnot, it says that after being purified, the eyes will glow red, and then it says to enter the unseen world, destroy the effigy with fire. So if John walks back to where his car was at the beginning of the prologue, the car is now on fire. John sets himself on fire and then quickly sprints to the Scarecrow, lighting it on fire as well. As the Scarecrow burns, the twins will appear at the top of the cornfield, and an additional 9 children will walk out from the sides of the corn and stand around the burning John and the burning Scarecrow. Suddenly the screen will cut and John will once again be transformed into this spider creature surrounded by several stick effigies. He'll walk through fields of these creatures until eventually he finds Miriam Bell. Upon approaching her, she will turn and scream at John before once again we start back with Father Garcia at the normal beginning of Chapter 2. So what does this ending do? They both pick up with Chapter 2 as normal, and it's all a dream, so the events of what happens to John doesn't really matter, right? It's just the things that he's witnessing that matters. This is real history and characters he's witnessing that he normally wouldn't be privy to while he's awake, but again, this dream is a sort of vision. So what is the significance of this alternate ending? Well, in the normal ending, Miriam Bell appears, says, "Here I am," and then "my little ones." Whereas here we have John lighting himself on fire, and then a Scarecrow on fire, and then becoming the spider thing, and Miriam screams in the camera's face. I think the most important detail about this alternate ending is that scene of the children appearing out of the corn as the Scarecrow is burning. We have the twins, who have been very elusive up to this point, appear, but then 9 other kids. If you'll remember, 6 children died at the church in the 1930s, 4 more died in the 1950s, and then the 2 twins were dragged into the basement, supposedly also being killed, which adds up to 12 kids in total. So then why, as the Scarecrow is burning, do only 11 children show up? More on that in a bit. But now we're done with all of Chapter 2, and it's filled in a lot of gaps. Miriam Bell seemed to kick all of this off. When she was at the church back in the 30s, she probably caused the demon in the corn to appear that killed the dog, that killed the 6 kids, that killed the 4 other kids, and then, or at least it probably killed the 4 other kids, or she killed the 4 other kids, doesn't really matter, and then she dragged the 2 kids in the basement, supposedly killing them. She is our first event in the timeline. All of this begins with her act of evil and her act of devotion to Satan. And then from there, we can start to put together in our heads how the rest of it played out. In the 1950s, the church was shut down, again because of Miriam Bell, led to things like the death of Father Clark. It led to a lot of superstition arising in the town, and then from the notes that we saw from the thralls or ghosts that we killed at the beginning of Chapter 2, we see that the demonic cult suddenly gained a lot of influence in the last 30 years. Either under the command or the command of the spirit of Miriam Bell, they are inducting new members into their cult daily. And from what little aspects we see of the cult, they're not exactly a charity organization, between animal sacrifices and cutting people's faces open, or at least making holes appear in people's head. Not a lot of clarification on that yet, but we'll get there. But Miriam Bell seems to be the start of all of it. So that begs the question, who's Gary? Because we hear Gary mentioned a lot. When we boot up the game itself, we see the message, "Gary loves you." So what does Gary have to do with Miriam Bell, and why is every other note we read supposedly written by this figure named Gary if Bell's the one in charge? These are all questions to ask ourselves as we move towards Chapter 3. The other thing I want to mention is the Spindly Lady herself. So at the beginning of Chapter 2, we have a setup as to what a lot of these ghosts or demons that we are fighting are. They were previously people in a past life or before they gave themselves over to demonic influence. While in the tombs, we had the boy who wanted to talk to his grandfather, the man who wanted more power, and the woman who had a miscarriage. And as mentioned, each of those ghosts correlate to their fighting style and appearance. The woman with the miscarriage is very gross, considering the tail for YouTube, but very creepy. I love weird Silent Hill-esque monster designs like that. But nevertheless, we see that these demons were previously people. Well, remember how there's that quick mention in the notes from the investigator that when the woman went missing, which we can assume to be Miriam Bell, an old nun died? Well, initially, I thought that was referring to Miriam Bell herself. I thought she was the old nun, but that doesn't really make a lot of sense. For one, she could still be alive in the 1980s, or that might be her ghost or something, who knows. But when we see Miriam Bell, she is not the same form of the Spindly Lady that we fight in Chapter 2. I think that this old nun that died was someone that either willingly joined Miriam's side, or maybe Miriam effectively sold their soul or killed them in some kind of demonic sacrifice. Maybe Miriam used her blood and her body for the sacrifice that would lead to the death of the other children. And I think that this old nun became the Spindly Lady. My other evidence for that is that in the initial note you read that describes the Spindly Lady game, they mention an old nun from the 50s, so that's the phrase old nun used twice. But just like those victims that we fought in the cemetery, the old nun became the Spindly Lady who we fight within the church. Again, another example of this cult and demon's influence, and that it's causing a lot of people to die and suffer a lot. I believe that should be everything for Chapter 2. The last thing I want to mention is in the note that John reads that devolves into a bunch of demons talking about how you can't kill the snake, John, and all that, you see the phrase pandemonium regnat mentioned over and over, and that's even something that a lot of the demons who the thralls that charge at you will say. Pandemonium regnat is Latin for chaos reigns. Chaos reigns is something that was seen in Chapter 1 in one of the notes. It is something that several of the thralls will mention. So sometimes the thralls. So sometimes you'll see Pandemonium regnat or chaos reigns. It means the same thing. But for my Wendigoon fans, those who've kept up with the channel or just know literature, you'll remember that when we covered Paradise Lost, we learned that the word pandemonium came from John Milton as a Latin phrase to say all demons. And that from there, the word pandemonium was used as a synonym for chaos because the house of pandemonium in hell, as described in Paradise Lost, was this giant palace where they planned on how to take over the world. So in effect, chaos. So really, when you hear the phrase pandemonium regnat, it doesn't just mean chaos reigns as is shown throughout the story, like with the thralls yelling it. It also means all demons reign, which is really a note to the cult's true intentions, to bring about the rule of demonic forces. And I believe that should be everything with Chapter 2. So at this point, we have seen everything that led up to the demonic possessions that have occurred throughout the story. It makes sense as to how all of this affected Amy Martin, because Snake Meadow Hill Road, where the Martins lived, is related to Snake Meadow Hill Church. So Sister Miriam caused all this to take place, which eventually led up to John Ward in 1986 going to exorcise young Amy Martin. All of that went wrong. He was put in a psych ward. He tried again in 1987, and that went wrong as well. And Chapter 2 ends with John Ward driving away, determined to save Jason and Nate Martin with the aid of Father Garcia, but the cult is hot on his trail, ready to stop him. And of course, at the end of all of this, the question, who's Gary? All of that will be revealed as we get in to Chapter 3. Now, in the previous sections, I've explained how the game normally goes, and then the alternate paths or secret endings you can take. However, Chapter 3 is kind of defined by its secret ending, and also the chapters sections themselves make the most sense if you do the secret steps as you're playing through it. So we're going to talk about the methods and path to get the secret ending on our first talk through. With that, Chapter 3 begins with a flashback. That flashback is to September the 21st, 1986. Which means now we're going back to the night that was mentioned in the notes from Chapter 1. the first night that Father Ward and Father Alred went to perform an exorcism on the young Amy Martin. John seems afraid, but Alred assures him that if he just follows Alred's lead, everything will be fine. When they arrive to the house, we see this cutscene of Alred and Ward stepping into the house. I can't explain why, but for some reason I really like this cutscene. It goes to show how rotoscoping can be used effectively just to portray emotions, because John has this sense of fear or anger almost in his eyes, like he's ready for a fight, while Alred seems so peaceful and calming. Another thing to mention about the rotoscopes, and I'll throw some examples on screen now, but Erdorf used himself or his family for a lot of the reference models for how to draw the rotoscope scenes out. So a lot of these scenes are just Erdorf acting out the motion and then painting over it and translating it into the game. That doesn't really affect the story at all, but it was cool and I wanted to mention it. Similar to the notes from Chapter 1, as the Martins answer the door, Bob Martin says that he had to tie Amy up in the basement, and he clearly feels remorseful about it. John and Alred understand and begin to walk downstairs to see Amy. A few things to note if you don't immediately go downstairs to continue the story. If you walk to the fridge, you can see a drawing of 6 children. 6 kids, of course, being in reference to the missing children debacle. After going into the basement, Alred and John stand before Amy, and initially, Amy remains silent. At this, John awakes in bed. As you could imagine, the flashbacks to the Martin household were a part of his reoccurring nightmares. But at the same time, it also allows us to see exactly what happened on the night of September the 21st. The screen then tells us that it is 3 days till the profane Sabbath. The profane Sabbath is the thing Father Garcia mentioned in his note at the end of Chapter 2. And while we don't know what the profane Sabbath is yet, it's probably bad and they should probably stop it. Upon waking up, we can find the letter from Molly and the letter from Garcia at the end of Chapter 2. But now we have another note from Father Garcia.
John, I can't find Nate and Jason Martin in the state foster care system. It's possible that, after what happened last year, they went to live with relatives. I will try to find out what I can. Meanwhile, go investigate the clinic where Amy worked. We must find the place where they intend to summon Malphus and disrupt their plans. Vaya con Dios. Father Garcia.
So Malphus is, once again, a very powerful demon in Christian and Judaism lore. And since John and Garcia have been unable to locate the twins, Garcia is now looking for them in the foster care system, informing John that he should go check out the clinic that Amy worked at. If you'll remember, all the way back in Chapter 1, we heard that Amy worked at a clinic and that her mother's religious friends weren't very happy about this. But we also saw in one of the non-canon endings that Amy was working at that clinic and being directly influenced by this Gary figure while she was there. So, as Garcia's deduced, perhaps the clinic has something to do with whatever's going on. Another thing I want to mention now is how in the first place did John and Garcia find each other, right? Because they've never met each other in person, again besides the wood thing, and all of Chapter 2 was a dream. Given that John was having dreams about Father Garcia and about the twins and Amy's possession and whatnot, it's safe to say that Garcia was also having dreams and visions about John. We'll find out later in Chapter 3 that the two of them have never actually met in person, but somehow they've come into contact. Keep that in mind, that somehow the two of them came to know each other, and now they're both pushing forward to the same goal. After walking out of John's house, we can get in the car and immediately travel to the clinic, or we can walk down the street and look into the two houses next to John's house. One house has a small child watching the television, and the other house has a family sitting around the television. Depending on what's going on in the game or which day during Chapter 3 you check in on these windows, different things will happen. If you keep playing the game wrong, which we'll talk about in a minute, the scenes inside of the houses become progressively more demonic, but there's also some fun Easter eggs as to what's actually happening on the TV screens that again Airdorf and I talked about in our interview. Anyway, from leaving John's house, we can get in the car and travel to the clinic. While walking around the street of downtown, the first thing that we'll notice is that the front door to the clinic is barred up with a police officer standing guard out front. The cop tells us that we're not allowed inside and better be on our way. While exploring the streets around the downtown, we'll see that the town itself is in a state of disrepair. Most of the buildings are boarded up and nearly everything's covered in graffiti. One rather ominous thing we can find is this image of a dead bird in an alley, and the bird's just there and dead, and we get to see it up close. For some reason, I guess. Also, while walking up and down the street, a truck will drive by that has a thrall in the driver's seat. This keeps in mind that the cult is always watching. After walking behind the clinic, we find an entryway in through a broken window. And from there, we can see what this clinic's about and why it's been recently shut down. Beginning with a note that we find near the front door of the clinic itself.
To Rhonda Eriks, from Gary Miller. Fax 081 785 002. Hi Rhonda, just a couple of reminders after last week's visit. Please keep your desk tidy. Our patients need to feel at ease with their healthcare experience. Remember our sales points. Clean, quick, courteous. Do not return any calls from the Department of Health before notifying me first or leaving a message with Tiffany. We cannot afford another surprise inspection. Please do call me on my direct personal line if you happen to hear back from Ms. Martin. And one more thing. Keep Jeffrey out of sight. Remember, Gary loves you.
This clinic is effectively a prenatal care clinic. In other words, it's a clinic that would help do things like monitor pregnancies, or provide supplements or vitamins or checkups or what have you, or deliver babies. And typically it would be a clinic like this that would also offer abortion options or pregnancy terminations, which would make sense why in Chapter 1, Amy's mother mentioned that her religious friends didn't like Amy working down at the clinic. So this would be the kind of clinic that would normally offer this kind of thing, and maybe they even advertise that they offer it. But as we're going to find out, they weren't doing a whole lot of that for one very not good reason. But for all we know now, this facility was effectively a pregnancy care clinic. And of course, the fact that that fax was written by Gary Miller. So whoever this Gary guy is, he owns a pregnancy care clinic for some reason. Like his day job's delivering babies, and in the night he just decides to lead a murder cult for funsies. Walking through the rest of the clinic, we can see again that it's an abandoned facility, but after exercising an IV drip, we get this note.
Note to self, pills do not dissolve in IV drip well. 2 week, patients waking up before process is complete. Sooner or later they will realize they are having the same hallucinations. Suggest concentrated, injectable version.
Now, this has nothing to do with pregnancy, probably. This is someone manufacturing a sort of hallucinogen, or at least a pseudo-hallucinogen, because, like they said in the letter, eventually the patients are going to realize they're having the same dreams. And it seems this facility was used as a front to manufacture whatever drug this is. While exploring the clinic, John will find a boarded up door. As soon as he starts to walk away, this thing throws open the door and drags John kicking and screaming down a staircase. We get a cutscene of John tied to a stretcher and before he hears some creature getting closer. We then switch back to playing as John, now again tied to a stretcher, and we have to roll John behind cover before the demon comes back and finds him. As soon as the demon leaves, we can make our way back to the staircase, and once we get there, the cop from earlier, who probably heard all this commotion, unties us from the gurney. When John and the cop get back to the entryway of the clinic, suddenly, the demon from before flies in through the window. We get an interesting sort of mini-boss here, where John has to hold the cross on the demon to slow it down while the cop shoots it. This can be very janky since the cop's AI is not the best, but eventually the demon will go down. John and the cop escape the clinic, but before the cop can ask himself any real big questions about what he just shot, or do demons exist, or what does this mean about the afterlife, there's some hippies setting his car on fire, or at least he refers to them as hippies. They're actually thralls, of course, and the cop chases them just off screen. If we follow where they went, we can see that the thralls took the cop to a back alley and murdered him. What's left of him remaining a pile of blood and bones strewn across the ground. And I guess now we know why that dead bird was there a minute ago. Now, if you're playing through the game and you're either not aware or not interested in its secret endings, then this is where you can end the first day. All you have to do is go get back in John's car, he'll drive back to his house, and then day 2 will begin. And as far as John knows, the clinic was a dead end, the thing's been shut down, and there's no information about the cult or no further information about what happened to the twins or this Malphus demon itself in the clinic. But to begin unlocking the secret ending, we venture back into the clinic. John makes his way all the way back into the clinic until he arrives at the stretcher he was once tied down on. You'll be given a prompt asking if you want to lay down on the gurney again. Of course, any reasonable person would say no, but this is John Ward we're talking about, so of course he voluntarily ties himself back on. If John, now on the stretcher, wheels himself to the pile of bodies over to the left side of the screen and waits there for some time, eventually another door will open. Something to keep in mind is all of the people on these stretchers seem to have a distinct hole carved into their face. Whatever this hole in the face is, as we've established at this point, it's definitely related to the cult. If John goes through the doorway, we're treated to the best cutscene in the entire game, as we can hear John screaming in 8-bit audio as his gurney flies down the staircase. Upon reaching the bottom, his gurney breaks, and he is now able to walk freely. He enters a room, and inside, he sees what appears to be a woman holding a baby. And upon approaching her, this scene plays out.
I'm looking for twin boys, Ned, Jason, Martin. Have you seen them? Who's Gary? I'm leaving now.
Now we're given the actual boss fight of the clinic, as babies, or at least what appears to be babies, pour out of the wall and begin to attack John. The cross will ward them off pretty quickly, but the babies will alternate between attacking John and attacking the woman. After fully covering the woman, she becomes much more powerful and effectively impervious to the cross attacks. And while they can't actually hurt John, they can slow him down. The best strategy here is to just focus on the woman and pretty much ignore the babies. The only time they become a problem is when they build up a pile of themselves and become this really fast baby mech thing. And then if that happens, that becomes your priority, but for the rest of the time, just focus on the woman. Eventually, she'll be defeated, and we are now allowed to leave the clinic. As we make our way out of the clinic's basement, we find another note.
Smooth moves, priest. But the twins are not here. Carry out the works of your God, while it is yet day. For the night cometh. Remember, Gary loves you.
So for one, she mentions that the twins belong to Gary, which is, of course, ominous. But when we ask about Gary specifically, she says Gary is a normal human being just like you and me, which is not a thing that people feel the need to say about normal human beings. And it of course raises the question of what on earth was going on at this clinic. Because we saw the note that the pills weren't working enough to put people in these hallucinatory states of mind and an injection's needed, so there was some kind of drug being developed. But then in the basement there's like hundreds of babies, or babies, whatever those things were. And while we maybe defeated a bunch of them, and whatever that woman was doing down there with all of the babies, but what were they even for, right? More on that later. You're not going to like where it goes, but there will be more. That would be a good motto for the channel at this point. You're not going to like where it goes, but there will be more. Now, after leaving the clinic, getting in our car and traveling home, we see a short cutscene of what looks like this big altar slash sacrifice slash, I don't know, some demon room that has a large cryptic symbol in the middle of it, when suddenly a third of that symbol disappears. If you didn't go back into the clinic and fight the mom demon baby thing down in the basement, then this cutscene wouldn't play out. That's because going back in and defeating the mother is one of the 3 steps to achieving the correct or good ending. There will be one of the secret side quests in each of the 3 days we're going to play through, and the player has to complete all of them in order to fully unlock the end game. You don't need to know what that room is yet, or what the symbol we just saw part of it disappear means. All you need to know is that we're on the right track. So now as we head into our next day, John has another dream. This dream picks up right where the previous one left off, of John's exorcism of Amy back in 1986. As Father Alred holds up his cross, he tells John to recite the exorcism. However, while John is giving the exorcism, Bob and Cindy come downstairs. Both of them are, of course, scared, and the demon inside of Amy begins to yell at them in Amy's voice. Alred tells John to get the parents out of there, so John takes the 2 of them back upstairs. After the 2 remark that that's not their daughter, John goes back downstairs to help Father Alred. However, when John arrives back downstairs, Amy is gone and Father Alred is laying across the floor. Scrawled next to him are the words, "Take it, save her." And from there, John picks up Father Alred's crucifix and is ready to make an attempt to save Amy Martin. At this moment, John once again wakes up, and we are told that it is now 2 days before the profane Sabbath. Once again, John walks to his front door, and this time we find that there are 3 letters lying on the floor for us to pick up. The first of which is another letter from Father Garcia.
John, there's an apartment building in New Haven where they may be attempting to summon Malthus. I'm not able to go there myself. It's up to you to stop their rituals. Vaya con Dios, Father Garcia.
So after the clinic, for some reason, the cult is trying to take over this apartment building, which means that's our next target. However, there are 2 letters left for us to pick up, both from someone named Lisa.
John, for now, this is the only way I can contact you. I think they're watching me. I need you to come over as soon as you can. The situation has gotten much worse. My address is 665 Orange Street, apartment 5A, New Haven, Connecticut, 06511. Thank you, Lisa. P.S. If for some reason I don't answer the door, get the spare key from my friend Tiffany.
And then this note is followed by,
I don't know if you're getting my letters or not, but I hope you'll be here soon. I really need your help. They're in the apartment. I see them all the time now. I can hear them in the darkness. I haven't slept in days. When you get here, just come straight to my place. Tiffany can't be trusted. Don't talk to my neighbors either. They won't let me leave. Lisa.
So whoever this Lisa is, she lives at the apartment building mentioned in Father Garcia's letter. And somehow, she knows John. Now we know this isn't a love interest because Molly was John's love interest. Remember that whole note where she's like, I can't do this anymore, but I'll always love you? So we can assume that John and Lisa aren't a romantic relationship, but they definitely have some kind of relationship. So we leave in our car and make our way over to the apartment building. Walking to the apartment building, we can see that it's a rather large structure of several floors. We can also assume that this entire thing is infested with cult members. If as soon as we walk into the apartment building, we take a left to get to the mailboxes, we find another note lying on the ground. This note is also our first clue, if it wasn't obvious enough from, Garcia telling us the building's probably overrun, that something has gone terribly wrong.
Hello, Mr. Ward. I am sorry to have worried you. I am perfectly fine. I have not been feeling like myself lately. However, I am much better now. Please do not trouble yourself with coming to visit. I have decided to take an extended vacation in the country, so you will not find me at home. Sincerely, Lisa Pearson.
So this is clearly not Lisa, but for some reason, the cult wants us to think that it is Lisa. For whatever reason, they don't want John meddling in whatever they're doing here. It also implies that something bad's probably happened to Lisa. Also, if you continue left and try to make your way down to the basement, you'll find that the basement is pitch black. And after walking in there for a short amount of time, a thrall will come up behind John and murder him. So we probably don't want to do that. I don't know, unless you're really frustrated with John at this point for some reason. Going the other direction, we can choose to either use the elevator or the staircase to work our way between floors. And while exploring the layout of this apartment building, we can see that, yes, in fact, things aren't great here. Between the combination of creepy notes, shattered mirrors, and rooms in disrepair, it seems that the cult has infested every aspect of everyone who lives here. So, let's analyze what's so messed up about this setting. The first thing I want to mention is Lisa's friend who also lives in the apartment, Tiffany. Now, if you'll recall, Tiffany was mentioned all the way back in the letter we found from Gary over at the baby clinic. And of course, in Lisa's letter, she says that Tiffany can't be trusted. We get our first clues as to Tiffany's whereabouts in room 2A, in which we find a note written by her.
Every initiated follower knows that in order to bring about the second death, one must sacrifice 7 by passing them through the carved out of the impure vessel's face. Then shall the unspeakable reward the with the second death. Such was the fate of that whore Amy. My beloved Gary has set his sights far too low. I will surpass her.
So this sounds like an acolyte of the cult who's so in love or enamored with Gary that she's jealous that Gary has chosen Amy to set his sights on. We'll see more of Tiffany's actions here in a moment. Also, in that note, she mentioned carving out one's face, which is, again, very similar to the people with holes for faces that we've seen earlier. We're getting more hints as to the cult's practices, but we're not there yet. If you looked at all the names on the mailbox on the first floor of the apartments, then you'd be able to see that Lisa's room is room 5A. But if John goes there now, the door will be locked, meaning we need to find a key. There's also a cross line out front of her room, which I'm sure isn't anything important. But if you'll remember in that note, Lisa said that she may leave something with Tiffany. And we can see from the mailbox that Tiffany's room is room 3B. So we go to the third floor to investigate. Another clue that something not good is happening in this apartment is this note we find outside of the elevator asking us to play the elevator game. And given the participant of the game that we can see on the note, that's something we probably don't want to do, but will likely end up doing anyway. This is only half of the full elevator game guide, but for now it gives us a hint that there are several demonic forces at play. When we get to Tiffany's room, we can see that, as imagined, it's in a state of disrepair. There's blood leading behind a door and static playing loudly on the TV. After we pick up Lisa's key and begin to make our way out the door, the face of what appears to be Amy shows up on the television. Now you may initially think it's Amy because it is a girl with a hole for her face that's kind of the same color that Amy looked like, that kind of light purple tone. But if you look closely, the shade is more of a pink than it is Amy's purple. As a matter of fact, the note we found on the ground earlier that was written by Tiffany is in this exact same color. And given that most of the characters in the game are color coordinated, this is probably Tiffany. So then that begs the question, why is her face also a hole? We make our way back to Lisa's room, and after unlocking the door, we can see that there is a second door in the room, this one covered in a demonic seal. There's also another note that can be found in the room as well.
If you wish to break the seal of Alu, Your answer lies in the blood-stained knife and the face hiding in the deep dark. But only those who have ascended to the highest point can descend into the lowest depths. Remember, Gary loves you.
So this seems to be a sort of riddle as to how to get past this seal. For one, Alu, much like Malphus, is another demon mentioned in Christian and Judaism. One of the chieftains of hell whose job it is to meddle with humanity. So we have to deal with the knife and the face as the note mentions, and also the mention of going to the highest highs and the lowest depths. Well, we know from earlier that the depths of the apartment building is the pitch dark room where you get killed by a thrall, and since the note mentioned a face hiding in the darkness, whatever we're looking for is probably down there. But first, we have to go to the highest highs, or the top floor. In Lisa's bathroom, we find another key. Also, as you're traversing the apartment buildings, randomly, the elevator friend will appear out of the walls and quickly run at John before John wards him off. We can also find more clues about the apartment building by exercising various things we come across, such as this one on floor 6.
So I finally have my own place in the city. No more annoying roommates. I have a whole apartment all to myself. The building's nice. It seems new. New neighbors are kind of weird though. They're always coming around bringing food and stuff. It's actually making me a little sick. Another thing is the mirrors. They're everywhere in the halls. It's nice because I can look around corners, which makes me feel safe, but it's still weird. I don't know exactly how to describe it, but when I look at myself in those mirrors, I feel like it's not me in the reflection. Of course, when I came home from work today, the elevator didn't work, so I had to take the weird one-way stairs all the way up to the 6th floor. Then I noticed all the mirrors were shattered.
Another strange thing to note while you're traversing the apartment floors is that for some reason, there isn't a 7th floor. If we try to get to the 7th floor from the staircase, there's a wall with a note on it that says there is no 7th floor. And if we go to the 8th floor and try to go down to it, there's a note on a blank wall that says there is a 7th floor. While on the 8th floor, we can let ourselves into room 8A as well. And here, we find a note from Gary detailing Tiffany's situation.
Our sister Tiffany has gone against the will of the unspeakable. I thought I could trust her, but I was wrong. Proceed with the original plan. The woman in 5A will be our vessel. Let her pious friend come to rescue her. The unspeakable shall crush them both.
So this is interesting. Tiffany, in whatever action she's performed, has gone against the cult and Gary. And of course, the woman in 5A mentioned and her pious friend is Lisa and John. So part of what we're seeing in this apartment building is the cult's doing, and part of it is also Tiffany's doing. Also, last note about the 7th floor thing. If you go to the elevator and just spam the 7th floor button over and over like I did, eventually the elevator friend will pop up for a moment before going away. And there's a note that we could find earlier that says those that go knocking on forbidden doors often find the one who guards them. So, assumedly, knocking on the door, aka pressing button over and over, unleashes elevator friend thing. And speaking of the elevator friend, on the 9th floor, we can find this note.
If you're reading this, it means that you've been invited to the Williams family annual Halloween block party. It will be held on Halloween starting at 5 p.m. in apartment 9B. Activities will start promptly, so please do not be late. If you plan on bringing a +1, please let me know in advance. Only friends and family, aka those who receive this newsletter, are invited. Also, just a reminder that this is a family-friendly event, so please leave all overly scary costumes and masks at home. Timmy is still traumatized after last year's incident. I also respectfully ask that you keep alcohol and cigarettes out of the apartment. Also, we do not want a repeat of last year with the power going out, so please bring treats but no tricks. And just another friendly reminder that anti-religious or satanic imagery will not be allowed in the apartment. Also, please be aware of Timmy's diet and food allergies, and please be aware he suffers from asthma, so please do not sneak up on him or try to scare him. Again, he still has trouble after what happened last year. You will also notice that he has a new imaginary friend. When you see him, please just roll with it. Timmy's therapist says it's healthy for him to have such a coping mechanism. See you all at the party! Can't wait for you all to meet Mr. Miller, who has taken to Timmy so well and has become like a part of the family. Debbie.
For one, Timmy is a nerd and his mother is a Karen. No debate there. But also, that mention of Timmy's new imaginary friend is definitely the elevator friend. That's because the drawing of the elevator friend is known as Timmy's drawing. So Timmy has been seeing this creature, and those around him just think that it's an imaginary friend, including, as we see here, Timmy's mom. The other mention is that Mr. Miller has taken a liking to Timmy, and Mr. Miller, of course, means Gary Miller. So Timmy's super dead. He is talking to a demon who controls secret floors that don't really exist, and the cult leader who is summoning multiple high-powered demons to this apartment building has taken a liking to him. So I'm not sure where Timmy is now, but he's super dead. Eventually, after warding off the elevator friend enough times, similar to Michael in Chapter 1, he won't spawn in anymore, and he'll also drop another note. This other note, also written by Timmy, is the second part of the elevator game. Now, the elevator game has to do with the alternate boss fight of the apartment section of Chapter 3, or in other words, the complete ending, so we'll get to the elevator game in a minute. For now, we make our way to the top of the apartment building and come across a room labeled M. Now, this M could be for management, or it could also be for Gary Miller. Next to the M room, there is a note on the wall that says, "Sacrifice what you cling to." On entering the room M, we can see a dumbwaiter on the wall as well as instructions on how to operate it. The instructions tell us to place a sacrifice in the dumbwaiter and to not open the hatch once the dumbwaiter has reached the basement because there aren't enough earplugs for the screaming that can be heard. And as the note said outside, in order to survive, we have to sacrifice what we cling to. So John places his crucifix in the dumbwaiter and sends it to the basement below. I didn't mention it earlier, but now that we have a good view of it, I want to bring up the other change that's happened in John's cross. Remember, in Chapter 1 it was golden and shiny, and then in Chapter 2 it became silver. And here it appears as a sort of brass or bronze. It's as if, as the chapters are going on, John is continuing to lose his faith. And no, not his faith in the existence of God or the existence of the supernatural. I mean, that's been made very apparent to him. But his faith in his ability to overcome it. Think about it. In Chapter 1, it was a girl that he had failed to exorcise. That's on him, but that's something most priests would be able to deal with. But then in Chapter 2, he begins to figure out that there's a whole cult, and there's people being possessed and giving their souls away to this monster all over the place. And then come to find out this is something that's been like 50 years in the making with Miriam Bell and everything that happened at the Snake Meadow Hill Church. And now in Chapter 3, this cult owns family clinics, they own apartment buildings, they've got all of these named demons from hell spawning all over town. The threat is becoming more and more insurmountable, and John doesn't know if he has the faith to do what he needs to do. And again, we see that in his cross losing its glimmer. Some have pointed out that this doesn't make any sense because if we look at Father Garcia and all of his disappearances, his cross is always a sort of brass or bronze color, and Garcia doesn't seem to be losing the faith. But when you see John's cross in Chapter 3 and Garcia's side by side, they're different shades of brown. I believe that Father Garcia's cross is wooden, and this makes sense for his character. He's an older guy, he's firm-rooted and steadfast in the faith, and very traditional. He doesn't need the glimmer or the expenditure of what the crucifix represents because he knows what it represents, as John's cross of metal begins to wane. So now without our cross, we begin to make our way to the basement. However, after stepping in the elevator, and remember we can't take the stairs because the 7th floor doesn't exist, and trying to hit floor 1, the elevator will become stuck on floor 4. After getting out, we see signs that some carnage have occurred, and a rather ominous note lying on the floor.
Gary lied to us. When you see it, run.
We also see a camera lying on the ground with the phrase scrawled next to it, "I saw it." Now, the entire building becomes pitch black, and the only way we can see is by flashing the camera. This creates an, as you could imagine, horrifying circumstance, and eventually we find ourselves back to Tiffany's room. Only this time, after we enter, we see that the bloody door is now open. Again, while taking pictures to see our way, we pass through Tiffany's room and eventually a room that seems to have a cradle in the middle of it with cult members surrounding it. If you walk up to the cult members, you die, so instead John simply shuffles his way around them unseen. Another creepy note about this segment is it's possible as you're just sitting there flashing the camera, eventually this face will appear on screen. This is the demon Malphus, and it seems that the cult was successful in summoning him to our world. Eventually, we find ourselves in the previously locked room 3A, only to see that it is the site of a massacre, with blood and bodies everywhere. In the center of the room is a large, star-shaped hole. This is similar to the hole in the ground we saw back in the candy tunnels. We continue to traverse through these back rooms until eventually we take a picture to see the Peekaboo Demon. He continues to get closer every time we take a picture, till eventually we're back in control and the Peekaboo Demon is right there next to John. Now in the candy tunnels, the rule was to remain still, but as the note on the wall said, when you see it, run. So now John runs from it, taking flashes whenever he can to see his layout, and eventually he makes it all the way to room 2B, and from there, down into the basement. Once we make our way into the basement, we find John's cross. After picking it up, we can navigate the room without dying. There are several candles lit across the floor, and similar to earlier boss fights in the game, a creature will appear that can only be seen through the presence of candles. After defeating this demon, John is now allowed to walk across the room. In the basement, he finds another ritual site laid across the floor. This ritual site is very similar to the symbols found in the floor of the Martin household. Perhaps something similar that happened to Amy has happened here. At the ritual site is a mask similar to the one we saw in Lisa's room drawn on the wall. After exercising it, we receive this note.
My beloved Gary, alas, the mask is already stained with blood. My blood. The ritual is complete. You will not find me on this mortal plane, for I am beyond. Look for me in the unseen world, if you dare. Tiffany.
So, Tiffany has gone against Gary and performed some big huge ritual that has caused a big stink of things, and now she's ascended to some greater plane of existence, at least according to her. There's also this note found on the wall that says not 7, but 70 times 7, which is a reference to scripture when Peter asked Jesus how many times he should forgive the brethren, and Jesus said not 7, but 70 times 7. In other words, Jesus was saying you need to live a forgiving lifestyle and be forgiving of the brethren. There's a difference between, allowing someone to do the same thing again and forgiving them in your heart, blah, blah, blah. But here, it is a profane use of it for whatever this ritual is. We don't know the details of what happened, but somehow it's related to this, the number 490. And then, as John is leaving the basement, as we'll come to find out, this demon that just possessed John is the demon Alu. And while John seemed to ward it off, we saw what John's appearance became while he was possessed, and the fact that this demon can possess a priest must mean it's pretty powerful. There's that very creepy moment where John is standing there while possessed, and he stares at Malphus, and Malphus stares at him, which means he's really staring at Alu inside of John. And it's the very strange moment of these two demons who are older than time as we know it, who of course know of each other, and just this silent understanding between the two that Alu's in there. Very creepy. I love it. If we go back through the route that we went on when we had the camera and we're flashing it to get through that whole maze puzzle thing, well, now that we have our cross, we can exercise things through that tunnel to get some more notes, including another note from Gary.
Brothers and sisters, praise the unspeakable. We have been graced with the presence of another great demon. Alu is here. I do not understand his motive, but he has put his seal over the vessel's door. This may be Tiffany's doing, but it may also be a test of our faith. Do not cease to pray. Swallow your pills. You may have twice as many as normal. Seal yourselves in with bricks and mortar. And if that so-called priest shows up, take him and eviscerate him over the altar, preferably while still alive. Remember, Gary loves you.
Now this is interesting. This sounds like Gary trying to save face. Not even Gary understands what Alu is doing here, and he says it might be Tiffany's doing. Because, for some reason unknown to Gary, the seal of Alu was placed over Lisa's door, or the vessel as he refers to her. So it seems that Tiffany, who we know was jealous of Gary's attention to Amy, then became jealous of Gary's attention to Lisa. So, in order to remain Gary's favorite, she summoned her own demon out of hell, Alu, and then made that demon put a seal on Lisa's door so that Gary couldn't get to her. Which, that is dedication, I have to give her that. Also, there's that mention Gary says of swallowing your pills and taking twice as much as you normally do. And then there was the mention back in the clinic of the pills not being enough and we need to make an injectable version. It seems that there's some sort of drug these followers are taking in order to prepare their mind and bodies, perhaps for possession, perhaps for some kind of ritual, who knows. We can also find this note as well.
Brothers and sisters, this month we will be host to a very special visitor. It is here to help prepare the way for the coming of the unspeakable. Of course, due to its special nature, it has full access to the entire building, including your apartments, bedrooms, etc. If you are lucky enough to see it, you would do well not to approach or speak to it. Find a dark or dimly lit area and try to stay out of its way. One of you will be blessed to find it has made its home in your dwelling. Do not go down into the hole that it makes, no matter whose voice you hear down there. If you believe that your fellow brothers or sisters are inside, please notify me, and I will retrieve their remains in a timely manner. Also, just a friendly reminder that rent and utilities are due on Friday. Love, Gary.
For one, the idea that Gary is still running the apartments in the midst of all this is hilarious. But also, we know this demon he's referring to that will appear in one of your houses and speak to one of you, and don't do anything, just let him live there. This, of course, is in reference to the elevator friend, and it seems that the host who was chosen for this was Timmy. I think that the hole it will make that Gary was referring to is the hole that we saw in the floor in the room full of carnage. I think whenever one of these demons come out of hell, they physically rip through the ground to make their appearance. Perhaps the elevator friend was responsible for the slaughter that we saw in that room. That would also explain why when the peekaboo demon appeared down in the candy tunnels, that there was the giant star hole in the ground and a lot of people died. After exorcising the other sigils of Alu that Tiffany has placed around the area, such as the eye and the face, the seal over Lisa's door will be open and we can now return to it. Upon making our way back to Lisa's room and then entering through the previously locked door, we find Lisa standing in a room by herself. John begins to talk to her and say that they need to leave before Lisa informs him
I got here as fast as I could. Let's go, Lisa. I'm not Lisa.
because Lisa is being possessed by Alu. The way this boss fight plays out is Lisa will be possessed and run towards John. During this time, John has to do damage with his cross. This will eventually cause the demon to leave her and then go to one of 5 different statues around the room. The way you can tell which statue he travels to is by whichever version of him moves the quickest. If you exorcise the statue before the time runs out, he'll fall out of the statue, allowing you to do damage for some time, and then the cycle repeats. If John doesn't find what statue he's in time, Alu will rush into John and possess him for a short period of time. During this time, the message flashes on screen that says fight at John, and the player has some control as they try to navigate John away from Lisa. If John fails to stay away from Lisa while he's possessed, then John will straight up murder Lisa. And here's the wildest part. It will just end. The boss fight will end right there, and you will be locked out from getting the good ending.
Oh no, Lisa, I'm so sorry. You never made me do it.
Like, that's so sad. We don't know what Lisa's connection to John is yet, but spoilers, the two of them are very close. And then John can just be like, don't worry, Lisa, I'm here to save you. And then he gets possessed and murders her, and he's like, oh, I guess I gotta go home now. But we're not doing that. We're not playing these games. In this playthrough, we keep Lisa alive. Eventually, John defeats the demon, and Lisa sprints out of the room. After we step out of the room, we can talk to Lisa as she smokes a cigarette. Lisa confirms that the cult is doing some kind of summoning here, and that John has to hurry to stop them from whatever they're doing next. John asks if Lisa needs a place to stay, but Lisa says that she'll be fine and he needs to get on with it and stop Gary from whatever he's planning. Which, if Lisa's okay with living in this building after everything she's witnessed, then more power to her. And then as John leaves the room, he will remark that it feels that another doorway has been opened somewhere beyond. Now, after saving Lisa, or alternatively letting Lisa die, but again, we don't play that game. After that boss fight, the player can now drive back to John's house, and the day has been completed, at least on a surface level. But again, we're going for the completionist route, which means we want to figure out what this secret doorway is, which means we gotta play the elevator game. To play the elevator game, we just have to line up the number of floors that are shown at the bottom of both of Timmy's drawings. Which means we have to go to the floors 1, 4, 2, 6, 2, 10, 5, 1 in that order. After doing this, the floors will effectively glitch out, and it seems that we are teleported to a sort of another world. Also, right before you hit that last floor while you're on floor 5, there's a high chance that this nice elderly woman will spawn in and walk into the elevator and ask what you're doing. And don't talk to her or approach her because you'll immediately die. So ignoring her, we get off of the elevator at this floor infinity of sorts, and upon entering an open room and walking down the hallway, this scene plays out before us.
My God, Amy, is that you? Who's Gary? You did this to yourself?
Tiffany has become so obsessed with the idea of being Gary's favorite that she performed this second death ritual on herself. Seemingly, the normal ritual ends with the participant having their face removed. But as we see here, her entire head has exploded. And what is hanging out of it is this monstrous beast of some sort, some unholy creature from hell that's still stuck halfway inside of her neck. Not only does she refer to herself as the daughter of the unspeakable, again, the unspeakable is the thing that we have heard reference to several times at this point, but she once again repeats the phrase, Gary is a normal human just like you and me. Of course, this gives us another boss fight. And the music for this boss fight I can only describe as like 8-bit drill theme. But during the fight, Tiffany and this thing in her head will teleport away from the player before getting close. Very similar to the mirror demon back in chapter 1. However, as each phase of this boss fight ends, this creature will begin pinballing off the sides of the screens in a fit of pain. And as always, if anything touches John in this stage, he dies. Also, if you'll notice, as you attack this demon and as it takes damage between phases, a lot of souls begin to leave it. As a matter of fact, after talking to Erdorf, the exact number of souls that leave this thing is 490. Now, if you remember down in the basement, we saw the number 7 times 70, or 490. Why were there 490 souls inside of Tiffany? You'll find out soon. You're not going to like it, but you'll find out. That's a good second channel motto, or like my number 2 motto for the channel. You're not going to like it, but you will find out. Eventually, Tiffany and the creature inside of her are destroyed. As John begins to leave the room right before he picks up the last note, the crawling spider form of Tiffany rushes out at him, but is then quickly destroyed. Tiffany finally vanquished for good. The note that we pick up after this is another taunt from Gary.
Well done, priest. You wasted another day aiding a worthless soul. And you got rid of Tiffany for me. Are you sure you know which side you're on? We'll find out soon enough. Remember, Gary loves you.
Perhaps this is taunting, or perhaps Gary really did want her gone. From here, we travel back to the elevator and see that there is now a hole in the floor. After continuing to jump through holes in the floor over and over again, we find ourselves on the 7th floor. Since we've now defeated all of the big evils of this apartment complex, the 7th floor has now been reopened. And we quickly see what caused the 7th floor to get sent to the Shadow Realm in the first place. A giant effigy, or some kind of Wicker Man statue coated in blood and entrails, is in room 7A. Not only is there a massacre on the statue itself, but we see cleavers and wheelbarrows of meat around the room. Upon exorcising this beast, we see the shape of a young boy disappear at the bottom of the statue. Then, this final note from the apartments appears.
He promised me so much. I just want to see my little boy again. The replacement is almost fully formed. Just a few more bodies.
And with that, we can start to put together some of the pieces of what happened at this apartment building. Of course, Gary's influence is responsible for all of this. He comes to the apartment building, seemingly owns the apartment building, and begins to draw more members into his rituals. Eventually, the majority of this apartment complex is a part of Gary's cult. As they begin to do things like summon Malphus, some of the cult members become enamored with him. Specifically, Tiffany. Tiffany wants to be the most special one, and the one to undergo all the rituals and be Gary's main girl. But as Gary turns his attention towards Amy, and then later Lisa, she becomes jealous. So jealous, in fact, that she begins her own ritual, seemingly performing the steps of it herself, and summons the demon Alu. She then uses Alu to keep Gary from getting to Lisa, and has, created another demon to wreak havoc on the world. At the same time, we see the suffering that people around Gary are undergoing. Timmy's mother specifically seemingly losing her son to this elevator friend. And then at someone's convincing, either a demon or most likely Gary, she is told that with enough flesh and with enough bodies, she can have her boy back. So then we see what Timmy's mother created, this horrific abomination, this giant figure of worship almost, made out of blood and guts. And despite all the bodies in the room, she leaves in that note that she only needs a few more. Now, we don't know exactly what happened to Timmy's mom. She was possibly killed by one of the demons. Maybe when Alu came forward out of the ground, it killed her. Or she probably died at some point. I mean, there's so much blood and carnage around the apartment complex, just take your pick. But I like to think, with exorcising that statue and seeing the figure of Timmy blink away, that we release Timmy's soul from the Shadow Realm with the elevator friend that we know he went to. There's also the chance near the end of the apartment section that while moving from one room to the other, John can spot the elevator friend and Timmy walking down the hallway. So again, perhaps with exorcising him, we have released his soul into the afterlife. So this is just a microcosm of the destruction Gary is causing, and some of his more faithful acolytes. But now, with Lisa saved, John can return home, And since we also defeated Tiffany, we see another third of that sigil we saw at the end of chapter 1 disappear. With that, day 2 is over, and John returns home to continue his dream. The dream picks up where we left it last time. John is in the basement now holding Father Allred's cross and goes to find Amy. He walks through the house, although the house seems to be empty. In fact, the only evidence he can find of anyone being there is Bob's glasses. John goes looking for Amy and her parents, moving from room to room calling out their names, before eventually he finds himself upstairs. One thing of note is that whenever John tries to enter the twins' room, despite us being able to enter the bedroom perfectly fine in chapter 1 set in 1987, here in 1986, when John tries to enter the twins' room, it says that he can't remember anything past that. Now this is likely just because John didn't enter the twins' room in 1986 during the initial exorcism. But still, something interesting to note. John continues on, eventually making his way to the attic. And then upon walking to the back of the attic, he finds Amy.
Amy, let's go back to the basement. Let's go. You need to get better. What about Mary? Did she get better? You shouldn't save her. That's enough. She's here with me. You know. We are doing this here and now. All by yourself. Go ahead. Please join with us, Daddy. Father Allred, Mr. Martin. Nobody's Daddy. Please.
Now, we're not told here explicitly who Meredith is, but if you remember John's recounting of this event all the way back in chapter 1, he says that the demon used his mother's name. So here, the demon is mocking John for the death of his mother, remarking that he wasn't able to save her. Why does he think he could save Amy? We awake, and the day is October the 30th, one day until the profane Sabbath. Also, if you haven't already noticed, the profane Sabbath is on Halloween, October 31st. If you're going to make a horror game that has to do with demon rituals and summoning dates, why not make it Halloween? For funsies. John gets out of bed, walks past the doorway covered in crosses, and makes his way to the front door, where there is again another letter from Father Garcia.
John, I'm getting reports of children exhibiting strange behavior at the daycare center on 4th Street. If Nate and Jason are there, then you can bet that it's the place they will try to summon Malthus. There's no time left. Go to the daycare and find out what's really going on. Fear not. Vaya con Dios, Father Garcia.
Again, Garcia is continuing his hunt for the last surviving members of the Martin family, and again trying to stop the cult from whatever's happening at the daycare. The mention about they will try to summon Malthus is interesting. It can be assumed that John wasn't able to get the information to Garcia yesterday because, again, the events of the apartment building did happen yesterday. But as we saw there, Malthus has been well, good, and summoned. But again, Garcia probably doesn't know that, which is why he's still trying to prevent his manifestation. But still, if the cult's trying to do something at a daycare and they've got 1 demon summoning under their belt, 2 counting Tiffany, they should probably stop him for whatever's going on. So John leaves his house to get in his car and travel to the daycare. Again, you can check out the houses around you to see things progressively getting worse, but we already talked about that, and the story's really getting good. So for now, we travel to the daycare. Before John gets to the daycare, a cop car rushes by him. John, making the call that something may be going on, decides to park just before the daycare and then walk to it. This seems to be the right call, as when he gets to the front of the daycare, it is surrounded by police, all of which have their guns aimed, ready to shoot anyone who steps out. Now this is interesting and also makes sense. The cult has been doing more and more overt activities in the past several months. While sure, back during the time of Miriam Bell and even the events of chapter 1, they were a bit more subtle, resigning themselves to the shadows. If the events of chapter 2 that John witnessed in his dream are occurring around this time, then they straight up murdered an entire SWAT team down in the sewers. And then back at the clinic, sure, the only cop that saw a demon with his own eyes was killed shortly thereafter. That's still a cop that got murdered in broad daylight. Those things tend to cause some investigation. And I mean, come on, we saw the body count that they were getting up to in the apartments. There's no way the police wouldn't notice. And sure enough, it seems they have, as there's dozens of cops who have seemingly cornered Gary. Now, it seems that the cult doesn't really care about this because their plan is to just outrun any resistance they run into. Because at this point they have so much manpower and so much power, and it's just one day till the profane Sabbath, so if they can hold out for 24 hours and enact whatever ritual they're trying to enact, then they're home free. Because what are bullets going to do against the devil? Which it is an interesting point that bullets do seem to have some effect on creatures in this series. Like there's the cop in the clinic who shoots the demon to death as John holds his cross up to it. And I think what's happening there is it's possible to kill the physical form these things take on, but not the actual demon, or banish the actual demon back to hell that John's exorcisms do. So effectively, guns slow them down or stop the form that they're in, but John's cross is the one that actually kills them. Anyway, because of the police, we can't get in through the front door, so John has to find a way around back. While walking into the back of the daycare, John finds another note from Gary.
A riddle, priest. How do you make a portal to hell? Come and see me, and I'll show you.
Walking inside of the daycare, one of the first things we'll notice is what appears to be several dead children around some kind of doorway. Now, it's possible that these dead people are thralls, considering they're painted red, but also considering that it's a daycare, and we've seen in notes previously that children, or at least the young, can be suckered into what the cult is doing. There's a solid chance that these kids were used to shut off this doorway or cause some kind of ritual. Walking through the daycare, we can find various drawings made by young children decorated around the walls. Several of them containing red figures or cult members in robes, or depictions of demons following children and their families. In the same room with the dead bodies, we can find a note, and this one is in the purple color of Amy's writings.
Mother Moon watcheth her little ones behind a door of sleep. Daughter Chalice is filled, an offering to the Master in the unseen world. Spirit bird arriveth from afar and cometh back to roost. These vessels are the unholy Trinity. The fallen star shall guide them. What colors can you see? Look to the children if you are lost.
Now, this note is interesting for a lot of reasons. For one, it's about to be the answer to the puzzle as to how to get to Gary and the rest of the cult. But there's also a healthy amount of symbolism here. So we know that in Christianity, the Trinity is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. These three make up the Holy Trinity. The Unholy Trinity, as explained here in this note, is composed of the Mother, the Daughter, and the Spirit. The Mother we can assume to be Miriam Bell. She kicked off the occult practices, she began all of the rituals, and seems to be the one who started this entire dive into turmoil. Specifically, the note says, Mother Moon watcheth her little ones behind a door of sleep. And in John's dream about the Snake Meadow Hill Church, Miriam specifically refers to him and the children as her little ones. The daughter we can assume to be Tiffany. It says that her chalice is filled as an offering to the unseen world. Well, for one, Tiffany explicitly referred to herself as the daughter of the unspeakable, and since whatever ritual she did required 490 souls, we can assume that her chalice was filled. And it even mentions the unseen world, the place that Tiffany explicitly says she goes to, and we can only go to after playing the elevator game. And then there's the mention of the spirit bird arriving from far off. Now, you may be led to believe that that means Gary, but I don't think so. Instead, I think the spirit bird is referring to Malphus. For one, Malphus's appearance is very bird-like. He seems to be some kind of demonic crow. And the idea of him arriving now and coming to roost kind of implies the ritual they were performing to bring him into this world. I think Gary is the one that's mentioned right afterwards when it says, the fallen star shall guide them. At the beginning of the game, when you boot it up and get the message, Gary loves you, over and over, we see a verse from Revelations 9, verse 1. The verse is, Then the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fallen from heaven to the earth. To him was given the key to the bottomless pit. This verse is in reference to the final trumpet sounding during the rapture, or time of Revelations, or Judgment Day, or it depends on your interpretation of Revelations, but we're not getting into that in this video. The takeaway is that it has something to do with the end times, and specifically a fallen star who has the key to the bottomless pit. Given that this message when we boot up the game is immediately followed by Gary loves you, I believe this fallen star is Gary. As not only does Gary match this description of the fallen star, but he also seems to be leading everyone else on a path to damnation. Anyway, using the hints about the chalice and the star and what have you from the poem, we can go to the different kids' drawings around the room, look at their images of the bird, of the chalice and whatnot, and then exercise each of those items in the daycare until they turn the correct color, allowing us to open the doorway and walk down to the catacombs. As we walk down into the catacombs, which I will from here on out be referring to as Garyland, because that's what it's called in the game files, we find our first note.
If you're reading this, then congratulations! You are on your way to experiencing the wonders of our unspeakable future under the guidance of Gary. Gary, our brother. Gary, our friend. Gary, a normal human being just like you and me. As a Tier 1 acolyte, you are just beginning your unspeakable journey to eventually see what Gary sees, and prove yourself worthy to be a vessel fit to experience the second death, reserved for only the most worthy. To find out if you are a vessel, remember to attend meetings of the Eternal Order of the Second Death twice a week. Follow Gary's instructions exactly. Be honest with him in all that you do. Do not ever ask what is behind the door in the basement of the clinic.
So this seems to be a note given to cult members who are just beginning their journey into Gary's cult. Further evidence that Gary is not a human because they keep feeling the need to emphasize that for some reason. And also, the mention at the end, don't ask about what's behind the basement door at the clinic, doesn't mean a lot to us because we did the side quest to get into the basement door and fight the mother demon lady thing. But if you hadn't done that, because remember all that's optional, then this note would probably turn your head about that. But we're cool, so we're moving on. We continue down the stairs and find another note, this one from Gary himself.
She consumed 6 little twigs. Only 2 were left. To walk as husks. Go ahead, priest. Stare into the eyes of my mother.
Now, that part about she consumed 6 little twigs and 2 were left to walk as husks. 4 and 2. This is definitely in reference to the 6 children that went missing in the 50s when Belle ran the orphanage. Now, some of you probably heard about the twins who survived all the way back then and heard me talk about twins a lot in Chapter 2 and thought, oh, well, the twins must mean Nate and Jason, right? However, that timeline doesn't make sense because the current year is 1987 and Nate and Jason are, 6 or 7 years old? And this event with Miriam Bell was back in the 50s, so the twins would be grown up by now. Regardless, Gary then tells us to stare into the eyes of his mother. If we walk to the painting in front of us, we can see a painting of Miriam Bell, similar to depictions of her that were seen in Chapter 2. The longer we stare at this painting, the more stretched and grotesque it becomes, until eventually she degrades into a demonic, disgusting form, which opens a doorway and allows us to walk through. Now this is interesting. Gary refers to Miriam as his mother. Of course, Gary isn't human, or at least not a normal human. So is Miriam literally his mother, or is this more of a symbolic gesture? We'll find out soon. We come across 2 statues that a note tells us is dedicated by the Save family, the same family who had the tomb back in Chapter 2. And just like the tomb in Chapter 2, we can use these 2 statues as a save state. Anytime we walk past them, it will save our game's progress. After exercising one of these statues, we get our note for Tier 2 acolytes.
If you are reading this, congratulations! You have officially been granted Tier 2 status in the Eternal Order of the Second Death. Upon crossing the threshold from Tier 1 into Tier 2, your life as an acolyte will change dramatically. You may start noticing shadowy figures in the corners of rooms or experience feelings of lost time while holding sharp objects. Ancient symbols written in blood will materialize on the floor and walls of your home. Animals will no longer trust you. You may emit a foul odor that will cause your former loved ones to avoid you. These are just a few of the marvelous blessings that await you in this new stage of life. If you remain loyal to Gary,
Your journey towards becoming a vessel for the second death will progress to new levels of knowledge and power. Remember, if you neglect your weekly meetings or do not pay your tithes to the order, your fingers will be forcibly bent backwards. Gary loves you. So the cult, with a little bit of threatening, is continuing to emphasize the purpose of this cult. It seems that their penultimate goal is to become something known as a vessel for the second death. Now, we're not sure exactly what the second death is yet, but we can put some pieces together. We saw ritual masks and we saw a dagger back in the apartments. We've seen several instances at this point of people or depictions of people with their face cut out, and we saw that Tiffany tried to do the ritual herself and her head effectively exploded. So for some reason, this ritual entails people putting a mask on their face, having their face carved out like a pumpkin for who knows what reason. Actually, I know what reason. You don't know what reason, but you will soon. And then we'll both know what reason. We continue on a bit further and find what appears to be a sort of chessboard. When we walk into the next room, we can see that the different faces of the chessboard correlate to different movements. So for example, if we exercise one of the faces, it will cause the chairs to mirror. If we exercise another, it will cause them to rotate, etc. And I'll go ahead and tell you now, this puzzle is literally impossible. You're not supposed to solve it, you're just supposed to go back and forth trying to solve it for some time. Eventually, while walking into the room with the faces, a man will jump out from behind a statue and stab John, injecting him with something, causing this to happen. John has a series of visions, different images of the sun, of birds, of nature. The majority of the images we see in this scene correlate to the song King of Pain by the Police. Erdorf envisions the song as a sort of theme song for John and what he's going through. So for the most part, the images we see are an artistic representation of John's state of mind. However, some of these images aren't a reference to the song. Some of them depict things like the Snake Meadow Hill Church and John and Lisa holding hands. As a matter of fact, John and Lisa are together with the 4 other children from the Snake Meadow Hill Church, with Miriam Bell somberly watching over them. Remember how back in the prologue, or the alternate ending prologue for chapter 2, despite the fact that 12 children in total were killed by Miriam's influence, only 11 showed up while John was on fire. But if you'll remember, Gary's poem said that 2 of those 12 kids were left to walk as husks. And that is because of the 12 children involved in the killings at the Snake Meadow Hill Church, and of the only 2 survivors, 1 was Lisa, and 1 was John Ward. John was one of the children raised in that orphanage by Miriam Bell, meaning that John was one of the children that sang songs with Miriam and nearly gave himself up to the demons that inhabited her. For one, this explains why John and Lisa had such a close connection, and why when Lisa was in trouble, John was the first person she called to. They're twins. And why it's so tragic if you allow John to become possessed and kill her during the fight at the apartments. But the real question this raises is if John even has a chance with any of this. Because think about it, John was one of the children who from a young age was susceptible to Miriam's doing. The investigator mentions when talking to the 2 remaining twins, which we now know to be John and Lisa, that John and Lisa were confused why the investigator didn't ask Miriam Bell herself, because she's right there. And that whole thing culminated with the 2 of them being dragged to the basement by Belle in her demonic state. Who knows what she did to them? Perhaps John has always been poised to take over this cult or become one of its high members from the very start. No wonder after chapter 2 his cross goes from silver to bronze. You were once posed to be the subjugation and second in command of a demon, of Miriam Bell, the mother of demons, and you've become a priest. You have gone as far as you can in the opposite direction, only to now realize it didn't matter. That Miriam Bell, that thing that you unwillingly set into motion all those years ago, that is the very chain of events that led to the death of Amy Martin. John has been fighting so fiercely and so strongly for 30 years to change what he's supposed to be, but nevertheless, people are still getting hurt. As far as that injection that John was injected with in the first place, that's the injection that we heard referenced in the clinic. We know that the pills are supposed to make you see hallucinations of something, to prepare your mind and body for demonic possession or the second death ritual. And the injectable version is just the stronger form of it. So when John was injected with this, all of these visions were to prepare him mentally for his place as a ruler or as a subject to demons. And once this entire slideshow of images is over, we simply see the message, now you're ready. So we see the dire straits that John is in now, that his entire life has just been a very long stepping stone to the point that he becomes subject to Gary's demonic takeover, as if the entire game was planned from the start. But before we pick up with John back in the underground catacombs of Garyland, while he is in this state of mind, we continue his dream from 1986. After Amy approached him in the attic, seemingly John ran out and barricaded the doorway, scared for his life. If John decides to not make a sprint for the exit and instead investigate the house, he will find Bob and Cindy's body choked to death with their own intestines. This is the redacted parts of the letter that John wrote to Molly all the way back in chapter 1. It seems that Amy, after disabling Father Alred and distracting John, the demon within her murdered her parents in the most brutal way imaginable. John, scared for his life, tries to get out the door, but before he leaves, he remembers Father Alred. There's actually two ways this dream sequence can end. If, while playing as John, you decide to sprint for the exit, this cutscene will play out. And while this isn't the canon series of events, if you instead go to the basement to try to retrieve Father Alred, who last you saw was lying on the floor, this cutscene will play out.
Please come. It's going to be alright, Father. It's going to be alright, Father.
At that moment, John is more afraid than he ever has been. Amy has murdered 3 people in the household, and it seems is about to murder John as well. But before we can see how that night of September the 21st, 1986 ended, John wakes back up in Garyland. So, waking up after he underwent that hallucination, John walks into the next room to find it is a bloodbath. There are bodies everywhere, stuck to the walls, sprawled out across the floor. One surviving cult member crawls away and as John gets close, begs for mercy. It seems that when John was injected with this drug, he went berserk. It makes sense too. Part of the corruption needed to cause someone to either be possessed or be a part of the ritual would be to give in to their sinful pleasures or sinful desires. And John throughout the entire games has been portrayed as very meek and polite and quiet, perhaps too much so. So when given a drug to let his inhibitions fly and do whatever he wants, John slaughtered everyone. And to clarify, these aren't demons, these aren't ghosts that he killed, these are thralls, these are cult members, people that can bleed. Something deep in John despises this cult, obviously for the actions they did, but also most likely because of his place in it all, because of the root he has in its foundations. Moving forward through Garyland, we find another save statue. Like the last one, we can exercise it to receive another note.
Filthy acolyte. The substance of Gary's influence flows through your veins. You are corrupted beyond repair. Your family and friends have forsaken you. There is no returning from the path you have chosen. Only Gary can save you now. Give up and fully let him into your heart and mind. If you do so, he will make you into a vessel worthy of the unspeakable. Resist, and your soul will be lost forever. Welcome to Tier 3.
While walking through this area, we'll come across a statue of Moloch. Moloch, a figure known for sacrifices, demands that we offer him 3 in order to reach the underground of Garyland. We can tackle these 3 offerings in any order we choose. One requires a game of red light, green light against a statue. Another requires us to step past some cultists and get it out of a room to the far left, but on our way back, the cultists have begun to transform. It seems that the devout cult members or high-ranking cult members have had their bodies transform into whatever these giant pink tendril things is. To evade them, you just have to wait for them to throw their attack and then navigate it, as it takes them a long time to reset. But of course, and as always, if John is touched by anything, he dies. The last piece of the offering we have to find is at the top of the map, where we see that the offering is on the other side of a mirror. When we get close to the mirror demon from chapter 1 and 2 appears again. In this case, we're not in the mirror realm, but we have to fight it with our reflection that is in the mirror realm. After defeating him, we can pick up the offering and move on. This also makes the mirror demon the only demon to appear in all 3 chapters of Faith. Just fun note. Again, as we're navigating this underground area, more cultists will spawn in and attack us. But before we go to give the offerings to the statue, we can complete the final step to unlocking the end game. As you're walking through this area, you'll probably notice that there are 2 paintings down these long hallways. One is a depiction of a nun on stage, and the other is the depiction of a nun in front of a church. Of course, we can believe the nun to be Miriam Bell and the church to be Snake Meadow Hill Church. Every time that you pass through this area, each painting will become more and more corrupted, with Miriam's body on stage slowly transforming and becoming a monster similar to the unspeakable, and Miriam's wicked face slowly turning to face us. After these paintings are taken to their full conclusion, this giant floating head will appear and begin attacking John. The spirit is often referred to by the community as the Unholy Spirit. That's because, again, we have the mother and we have the daughter, as mentioned earlier, and now we have the Unholy Spirit, the full perversion of the Holy Trinity. This floating head will move slowly towards John, and he's pretty easy to fight because all you've got to do is move just off screen and he'll restart his cycle, so you can just do damage and go back and forth between 2 areas, and he's pretty easy to defeat. However, if the floating head makes contact with John, for the first time in the game, John doesn't immediately die. Instead, he is teleported to his time at the Yale Psychiatric Hospital. He's in a straitjacket in a padded room with crosses adorning the walls. The objective in this cutscene, since John can no longer use his cross, is to get away from the floating head before it can catch him. If John can get all the way to the end of the hallway, he will then appear back in Garyland, and the boss fight will continue from there. There's no limit to how many times this can happen, but every time that it does happen, the head will move a bit faster. So inevitably, the cutscene becomes impossible at some point. But this is interesting. It gives us insight to John's time at that psych ward, the thing that we've heard hinted about in various letters. And from what little we do see, his time there was not great. After defeating this giant floating head, finally, all 3 parts of the seal will be broken. We're not sure exactly what this means now, but all you need to know is after defeating the floating head, after defeating Tiffany, and after defeating the mother thing down in the basement, we have unlocked the true endgame for Chapter 3. So congratulations. Because we've now done all 3 parts, I also want to mention that letter that seems to be written by Amy that we found in the daycare, how I said that's in reference to Miriam Bell Malphus and Tiffany. It could also be just in reference to the mother down in the clinic, Tiffany, and the spirit could be this unholy spirit, this thing that was floating towards us. I think personally that the interpretation works both ways, that it is representing the 3 baddies of the series that we've encountered so far, and again, the star being Gary, and that it also represents the 3 steps needed to unlock the endgame of Chapter 3. Going back to the statue of Moloch and giving it the offerings, we can now pass through its stomach into the underground, or the even further underground. Down here we find our final note for the cult acolytes.
You are now a Tier 4 acolyte. You have descended beyond anything that could possibly save you. Your words are not your own. Your actions are not your own. You belong, body and spirit, to Gary. Your face itches for the warm embrace of the ritual mask. You long for the blinding pain of the knife. You truly are Gary's chosen vessel. Fear not, only a little longer, and you will experience the second death. Adios, Alma Perdita. Gary loves you.
Anyone who's reading this note is beyond saving. And again, the fact that the cult doesn't only do the horrible things that they do, but they relish in it and love it, pushes to their evil just a little bit more. We also find another interesting note down here.
Master of spirits, the body of the mother stayeth suspended beneath the crucible of the profane Sabbath. If thou canst unlock the final secret of the crucible, know ye this. The cross hath the power to weaken the mother, but only someone who is ablaze with purifying fire canst truly destroy her. If thou canst understand these words, thou shalt know the true cost of thy faith.
Keep this note in mind for later. We then enter a series of long, dark hallways. Eventually, at the end of it, we find a lantern. Walking with the lantern, we get jump scared by a bird, which, thanks, Airdorf, appreciate it. Definitely didn't scream first time I played this. And we catch quick glimpses of people watching us through the windows or grates or whatever these panels are. Eventually, another noise startles us to reveal a near headless person walking backwards, with what appears to be a mask of Malphus on their face. These are vessels or worshippers of Malphus, who, as we can see, have fully gave their body to the demon. We have to run from these things as we use our lantern to navigate out of these underground tunnels. Eventually, we come out of the tunnels and find ourselves, once again, as if there wasn't enough of these in this series, a dark forest. In the center area of this forest, we have a large doorway that is covered by a large seal. We have to venture off the beaten path with our lantern to find the 3 vessels that are keeping the seal intact. After running into each of these vessels, we have to exorcise them, and after all 3 are exorcised, the door will be opened. I absolutely despise this segment because the lantern isn't like a big enough glow to see where things are coming from. So because of that, you kind of just got to figure it out. So you have to move without moving too quick to run into them, and they can spawn in really tricky places where it's hard to get away. And yeah, not a fan. And to clarify, I don't mean not a fan in a bad way. I mean not in a fan in that it's purposefully difficult game design, and I died a lot. One Easter egg that we can find while walking through this dark forest is Gary's cabin. In it, we can find a letter to someone named Jacob.
My dearest colleague Jacob, thank you for your letter. I am delighted to hear of the success of your venture in Pennsylvania. However, it was not enough to persuade me to join your cause. I have no interest in crumbling ghost towns, nor government experiments, nor gibbering behemoths that lurk shamefully in the darkness between worlds. Such matters are not worthy of my expertise. My methods may be more delicate than yours, but I assure you, they were given to me straight from the source. The Antichrist will seep forth very soon. The second death will consume this world, this pitiful, fleshy sphere, still in its infancy, yet everlastingly too late to redeem. When the time comes, I hope that we may reunite as cohort, albeit not equals. Love always, Gary. P.S. I almost forgot to thank you for the pet. I will keep it outside my private quarters as a guard against intruders.
This note and the picture accompanying it are a reference to another game developed by New Blood, the same studio that developed Faith, a game called Dusk. It's funny because in the letter, Gary is telling another cult leader that Gary himself is too important for that other cult's cult activities. Gary even remarks that Jacob has sent him a quote-unquote pet, and Gary says he'll keep it to watch the cabin. Sure enough, upon leaving the cabin, this pet attacks, and we have to exorcise it. This creature is a monster, again, from the game Dusk. In the picture accompanying the note, we can see Gary standing with Jacob and another villain from one of New Blood's upcoming titles. This is really the only part of the entire series that is an altogether Easter egg. Like, there's other cool clues we can find that will somehow relate back to the story, but this one's just for fun and fans of New Blood. After we exorcise all 3 of the vessels, we can head back to the doorway at the center of the forest. When we walk up to the door, we'll be asked if we really want to open it. After John says yes, he steps in to find himself in a dark corridor full of thralls. As John walks through the corridor, Gary once again asks the question, how do you make a portal to hell? John continues to walk, the thralls becoming more infected, more consumed with this demonic force. Gary continues and says, sometimes it waits for the one who has already walked through it. John continues through transformed demons. Gary says sometimes it opens itself in the deepest, darkest room where nobody can find it. before finally stating, sometimes it walks right up to you. John steps forward through the darkness and sees finally Nate and Jason. After all this time, after all this suffering, he's made it to them. But as John stands there bloodied and battered, he hears something behind him and turns. And the scene cuts. Gary's words continue, "Hello, John. It's nice to finally meet you." This figure with the beard and the red hood, this is Gary Miller. Which means it was also Gary Miller who injected us after the chess puzzle earlier. And now, decades of planning that began all the way back with Miriam Bell are finally coming to fruition as John stands in front of Gary. And now, in this moment, for the last time, we have a flashback to what happened on the night of September the 21st, 1986. After John ran to the basement and found Father Alred dead on the floor, in fear, he called out to God, before then asking anybody to help him. A figure of light appears in front of him, and Gary begs this figure to free him from this, to get him out of this situation. The figure clarifies and says that if John leaves now, Amy will be damned forever. John is the only one who can possibly save this girl before the cult entirely has their hooks in her. But John is so afraid, and he thinks he is so worthless to defeat this creature, that in this moment he makes a deal with whatever creature this is trying to save him, that he will swear off Amy's soul if he's allowed to leave.
I swear it.
And at this, John is allowed to leave the house just as the police arrive. And now we see a bit more of what is pushing all this guilt John has on his head. The reason that after spending so much time in the psychiatric hospital, after spending time with a woman he loved, Molly, despite all of that, he had to go back to that house. And the reason he had to go back is Amy Martin's death is on his hands. Did John want to be at the front line of this? Did he choose to be the only person who could save Amy Martin? Of course not. But it didn't change the fact that in that moment, he had the capability to save her. He had the capability to perform the exorcism, and he didn't do it. And from there, the cult had a year to do whatever they wanted to Amy. And by the time we see her in 1987, her face is gone, the second death ritual has been performed, and her soul's definitely lost forever. And every bit of that weight falls on John's shoulders. That's the reason in 1987 he ventured out into the woods at night to go back to the Martin household to try to make a difference. John has traveled for years and years to try to overcome the evil that he knew from Miriam Bell. And then in 1986, when a young girl needed him most, he got scared. He ran away. And he was so desperate to do so that he made a deal with the devil. A lot of people think that it is God himself appearing here in this vision John had back in the Martin house. And of course, that's what the figure wants to appear as. That's why he cloaks himself in white and speaks with a holy voice. But the idea of this being God never set right to me. For one, why would God want to make a deal that would condemn Amy to the demons? And also, the way that the voice speaks and says, swear it, in like a demanding voice, like, I want to hear you say that this girl is left to the demons. I always suspected this, and during my interview with Erdorf, we confirmed that this is in fact Satan. Not a demon, not Malthus, not a high-ranking member of Satan's party. This is the devil himself. His appearance here being a reference to 2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 14, when it says, "And no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light." Throughout the entirety of Faith the Unholy Trinity, and really in the real world, but again, topic for another video, every trick, everything that the devil has at his disposal is just a bastardized version of what God had already set up. What's the symbol of the demons or demonology? Just take the cross and flip it upside down. What's the symbol to some of them? Oh, well, take a star, symbol of God, of the virgin birth and whatnot and just flip that upside down. What do they call their group of 3 leaders? That's a play on the Holy Trinity, the Unholy Trinity. Everything that they have is just a lesser version of what God has already put in place. As a matter of fact, the devil himself is an angel that fell from grace. He is nothing more than a creation of what God has made, and because of that, his symbols are nothing more than a reimagining of what has already been. There is nothing that the devil can manipulate that God did not make. And we see that here in Satan's appearance, he is pretending to be the God, to be the one over all. But the only way that Satan knows to do that is to simply put on the clothes of God, but then speak as himself. To be biting and gnashing, to say swear it, to say that he wants the girl's soul forever. And of course, this all begs the question, in the world of faith, the unholy Trinity, if sure, this being of light that we see is actually the devil, then where is God in all of this? We'll talk about that in just a minute, but first, let's see where John's at. After we have this final vision that tells us of John's cowardice, John awakes to see that he is sitting in front of Gary Miller. We are also informed that night is past and it is now the day of the profane Sabbath. Gary sits before us, and I love how unimposing his figure is. He seems to just be an older, balding man with glasses. We know that he has charisma to lead all of these people to the life of evil and debauchery that they've led, but physically, he's just a guy, a normal human being, just like you and me. Gary, of course, has taken a liking to John, considering that Miriam Bell is the reason all of this began in the first place, and at one point John was important to her. So as a sort of favor, Gary says that he will answer 3 questions from John. Now, there are a total of 6 questions that can be asked, but again, we're only allowed to ask 3 of them. Or you could do what I did and play through the game multiple times and figure out the answers to all of them, which we'll go over right now. Of the 3 questions you can ask about the injection, you can ask about Gary himself, you can ask about Malphus, you can ask about the boys, Nate and Jason, you can ask about Amy, and you can ask about the second death. On the injection, Gary says that the purpose of the injection is to prepare one's body for the unspeakable. Or in other words, as we imagined, it's to prepare the body for the second death and for possession. When asking Gary about who Gary is, after jokingly saying he's a normal human being just like you and me, he clarifies that he is here to prepare the way for the Antichrist, and he's to give the second death as many times as possible. Now, of course, the Antichrist is a figure in Christianity that brings about revelation, or it brings about the events of Revelation, Judgment Day, Doomsday, whatever you want to call it. This has been hinted at several times. As I mentioned earlier, when you boot up the game, a verse from the book of Revelations is shown on screen. So Gary is here to make way for all of that, and as mentioned, perform the second death ritual as much as possible. And another one of the questions we can ask him is, what exactly is the second death ritual? If you've stuck around this long, and you're like, oh, some of these concepts are kind of gross, you probably don't want to hear this. So the second death ritual, and this is the thing that I said at the beginning of the video, is one of the most brutal things I have ever heard in any horror ever. And ever since I played this game, this is probably the detail that's stuck with me the most. Erdorf even said that when he pitched this idea to a room full of people at New Blood, they asked what was wrong with him. And I'm so impressed with it because there's definitely something wrong with him. So what the second death ritual is Gary, or whoever is holding the ritual, puts the mask on someone and carves out their face with a knife, which we've discussed that, well-established ground. But then, so you have to carve out enough that it's kind of deep, you know, that there's like a hole, right? And then you take a living baby, an infant, a newborn, and you pass it through the hole. And you just keep doing that until something comes out the other side. For one of the coolest ideas in body horror I've ever heard. The idea that if this ritual's performed, what would normally just be, you know, gray matter, your face, becomes like a pit, a never-ending pit that you can reach down into, like the idea of reaching past the head and all that, and then something being brought up out of it. Very cool, very creepy. At the same time, Erdorf, what? Is everything okay at home, man? Do you need to talk about, look, you got my number, we'll talk. I hope you're all right. But no, really, the second death is terrifying. I love it and hate it at the same time. Also, between every question that you ask Gary, his face will become more deformed and messed up. But given the gravity of these questions, you're probably not even noticing that. The whole figuring out what the second death does recontextualizes a lot of stuff we saw earlier, especially in Chapter 3. Like, why would Gary own a baby clinic? I don't know, maybe because he needs a lot of babies? Why were all of those babies crawling around in the basement? Take a guess. Why earlier did I say they weren't really performing a lot of pregnancy terminations at the clinic? Because you need them to be very alive, I imagine, for this to work. Also, remember the thing about Tiffany? How she got overzealous and did the ritual herself with 490 souls? Isn't that just a cheery thought? Where do you even get that many? Like, if you had some kind of like, you know, tripped. I don't want to get into the details of it. Oh, it's so awful everywhere you look at it, which is great. Horror is supposed to horrify you. Terror is supposed to be terrible. That's the whole point. I get it. But, man. We can ask about the demon Malphus, which, as imagined, he is just another preparation for the Antichrist. And again, Alu was brought into the world by Tiffany against the cult's orders, so he doesn't really count in the whole prophecy thing. We can ask about Amy, and Amy, as you've probably put together at this point, was a vessel for the second death. Gary clarifying that she'll be back. It also recontextualizes how horrible John leaving Amy to the cult really is. Because, due to his leaving her, she underwent the second death, and this entire ritual process was used on her. And then finally, we can ask about Nate and Jason. And as you've probably put together at this point,
I suppose you wish there were you, just like Phil and Mrs. Martin. That is how I know you would come to me.
Nate and Jason aren't real. They were never seen in the Martin household in any of the flashbacks or the paintings on the wall of Amy and her parents. And in John's flashback, whenever we try to go into the twins' room, he says he can't remember that part. Nate and Jason are not real. They are a projection of John's mind regarding him and Lisa, the two real twins of this story. All of the brief flashes of the twins that we saw was just either the demons playing trick on John or his mind playing a trick on himself. Now, how did Garcia know about the twins? I believe John probably told Garcia about them. After John and Garcia began communicating with each other, it's likely that John informed him, while we've lost Amy, the twins want the two boys, Nate and Jason. To clarify, John fully believed that the twins are real. It wasn't until this conversation with Gary he figured out they weren't. So John tells Garcia we need to be on the lookout for the twins, and this also explains why Garcia was never able to find them. He checked the foster care system, he checked parent records, he checked kindergartens, daycares, what have you, and they never came up. Because again, the twins weren't real. The only evidence we have of the twins existing in this entire story is the letters that Cindy Martin wrote to Bob. Other than that, they're not brought up anywhere. And if you're wondering why Cindy Martin wrote about twins that didn't exist, we will figure that out when we talk about our alternate endings. Because it's faith, of course, Chapter 3 has alternate endings. After finishing our questions, Gary says that while this has been fun, he has a rapture to bring about. And that now, John will fulfill his role as being a vessel for the second death. The thing he's been primed to do for decades at this point. This boss fight, which is effectively the final fight if you didn't do the side quests throughout Chapter 3, is against Gary, as Gary uses pretty much every boss move from the entire game. He will teleport, he'll move around, he'll move at you fast, he'll throw a spear. There's this one attack he does called Rain of Spiders, which, oh my gosh. So the way the attack works is Gary says Rain of Spiders, and then like the spider things, you know, the things that John would transform in like Chapter 2, that like gray form he would turn into, a bunch of those spawn and just start raining across the screen, and if any of them touch you, you get knocked down. This move has been heavily nerfed in updates since I played the game. Effectively, he calls it in less and the spiders are less intense, because when I played it, Gary could like call Rain of Spiders 3 times in a row and you were just going to die. Like they would cover up so much of the screen, there was effectively no hope. This is also the second boss fight where you don't immediately die after taking contact with the enemy. Third, if you count the babies in the clinic, but I don't count the babies piling up on you as contact. Okay, if you want to count the babies, this is the third time that happens. Because in the Gary boss fight, if you're hit once, you will drop the cross on the ground and you have to crawl to pick it up before Gary gets to you. If Gary gets to you, we're given a short cutscene of John after receiving the second death, implying that he's been fully killed by the cult. And therefore, the rapture, doomsday, what have you, is ready to bring about. But if you get through Gary's stages, if you deal with the Reign of Spiders, this cutscene will play out.
Don't be afraid, John. I'm Father Garcia. It's good to finally meet you, Evo.
Father Garcia is the GOAT. This man said, hey, you, the demon, may not care about buckshot, but that flesh bag you're in certainly does. Just the rotoscope of the priest pumping the shotgun is one of the hardest things I've seen in games in a long, long time. In this moment, Garcia, and please take a moment to appreciate it, it's so cool. But in this moment, Garcia tells John that it's nice to finally meet him, again implying that the two have never met in person, they've just communicated through letters. John follows Garcia into the next room, and here we see the altar that we have been removing the seal from throughout each of the 3 days. If you didn't do those previous steps, or didn't do all 3 of them, when you get to this final room, there will be a seal, and John and Garcia will be unable to stop Gary. But because we did what we're supposed to, and we removed all 3 seals, now we have full access to the pit that Gary has jumped into. Garcia tells us to go, to stop Gary, that he'll hold off the demons. And with that, John dives into the pit to finally put an end to Gary Miller. And with that, as we make it to the true end game, we have done all the steps for Chapter 3. We don't have to just end the game at that fight with Gary we just had. We can now finally fight Gary as the main final boss. We can end the game. But at that time, I want to talk about some of the things that have led up to this moment. For one, I want to talk about the other 2 alternate endings you can get, because the one we're about to talk about is by far the best one and the one that makes sense for the story's arc as a whole. But I also want to talk about what's happening in this moment. Garcia and John going to face down the forces of hell, and John diving into that pit. But before I talk about that, let's talk about the alternate endings. For one, there is the really bad ending, where you don't do anything at all. Straight up, so after each day, if you go get in the car and then drive to the location, you have the option to just get back in your car and go home. Like, you're not even doing the normal progression through each of the days. You're skipping even walking into the clinic or walking into the apartments. If you skip at least the last day, this is what happens on the day of the profane Sabbath. John awakes to hear clamoring outside. He goes and checks through the peephole at his front door to see thralls gathered around his front porch. If John waits here too long, they'll break down the windows and attack him. John sprints to his basement to retrieve a key that opens the locked room that he hasn't seen in quite some time. When he gets down to the basement and grabs the key, suddenly, this giant caterpillar demon makes its way down the staircase. It hunts and looks for John through the pillars as John has to evade it and make his way back up the stairs. If John runs into the backyard, he can see the hole in the ground where the thrall summoned this thing. John makes his way back into the house. Stepping outside, John can view the other houses on the street and see that they are in a similar state of damnation, with death and destruction everywhere. When John makes his way back to the door covered with crosses, he opens it to find Amy standing in the room. Next to John, in a pile of file cabinets, is another note. Yale Psychiatric Institute new patient intake form. Patient name, Ward John Thomas. Age, 33. Sex, male. Ethnicity, white Caucasian. Assigned counselor, Spinell James, PhD. Health examination results. Height, 6 foot 2 inches. Weight, 185 pounds. Heart rate, 92 beats per minute. Blood pressure, 135/81. Current status, minor cuts and bruises, sprain in left ankle. Patient is in a state of psychologic shock. Existing conditions, asthma, dormant, diminished mobility from childhood injury to right knee. Again, another mention of John's time in the hospital. He approaches Amy, who it seems to be in a mock version of the attic back at the Martin household, with a cleared out floor and even a fake window drawn on the wall behind her. John kneels before Amy and asks what she wants, to which Amy replies, "Unforgivable," and a hand reaches out of her face to grab him. John awakes in the woods, and after traveling forward, he finds that he is once again at the Snake Meadow Hill house. Walking into the Martin estate, the house is destroyed. Every room is in a state of disrepair, with the walls and floor tattered. Upon entering each room, John remarks how it should have been him that died, and the Martin family didn't deserve this. Walking into the attic where we once fought Amy, John finds a letter from a Dr. Morris addressed to Bob Martin.
Bob, I wouldn't be breaking client confidentiality like this if we didn't go way back. The situation is really starting to worry me. Cindy's delusions are much worse than she initially let on. I was careful to gradually introduce the reality of the situation to her. You were very patient with how she still spoke about them, the fake birthday parties, etc. I thought we were making progress when I got her to accept that she miscarried and that the twins are gone. But she now seems convinced they are trying to make contact with her and that she can find replacements for their spirits to inhabit. Does that sound familiar? Remember the house we found in that village in Nicaragua? Did you tell her about it? I don't know why you would, but I can't think of any other reason for why she would be talking about things like that. Come by my office as soon as you can. We need to talk about what to do next. Morris.
Now, if you hadn't played the game as far as we have throughout the rest of Chapter 3 and didn't ask Gary the question about the twins, then this would be the revelation that the twins aren't real. But now we also have confirmation as to why Cindy Martin ever believed in the twins in the first place. It seemed that the image of the twins is something that the cult was able to use to manipulate John. So in order to get this manipulation across, they pervade the mind of Cindy Martin and made her believe that her two dead children were still alive. All of this being used to eventually hurt John Ward after he becomes a priest. So now the John in this bad ending is left utterly destroyed. So now John makes his way to the twins' room, the twins that were supposed to be born but never were, and he walks into the room to see their two stick effigies standing in front of him. John, utterly defeated, failing to stop the profane Sabbath, and now, allowing the end times to come about, he kneels before the effigies and allows the spirits of evil to take him. He stands there with his arms up as Amy and Michael appear before him and hold him still. The room and everyone in it fades away as John falls into the hands of the unspeakable. And rather than our regular timeline of mortis that we get upon death, this time we are given the phrase damnatio memoriae. Damnatio memoriae is a phrase that, for one, we've seen earlier in this game. When jumping through the different floors to get to floor 7 while in the apartments, it was scrawled across the floor above the hole. Damnatio memoriae is a phrase that was used in Roman government to condemn even the memory of someone. In other words, there was a certain degree of evil a person could reach, either through tyranny or murder of family or what have you, that it was considered taboo to even remember that they existed. Considering the events that took place on floor 7 of the apartment buildings, it makes sense why that term applies there. But in this ending, it applies to John because John had a chance to redeem himself. He did something utterly vile, something almost unspeakable, allowing a young girl to die because he wasn't brave enough to fight back. And now, through the events of the 3 chapters we've played, he's been given a second chance. But here in this ending, he refuses it. He doesn't try again. He gets in his car and goes home. And because of that, not only does John die, but his memory is a profanity. But of course, this isn't the John Ward we know. The John Ward we know went to the clinic, went to the apartments, and went to the daycare. If the player does not do the side quest to defeat the other members of the Unholy Trinity, then when they get to the Crucible, the Unholy Trinity's seal will be over the door, meaning that John and Garcia cannot step into it. With this ending, John and Garcia hold back the demons for some time until Garcia can drop the Crucible onto the doorway. In this ending, Garcia clarifies that they have not defeated Gary, they've just kept him at bay for some time. Father Garcia says that the unspeakable and Gary is still out there, and that the world and Garcia need men like John now more than ever. John says that a year ago, when he was at the Martin household, he was tricked by the devil. Again, this lines up with the interpretation of the being of light being Satan himself. And John says he doesn't know if his faith can be restored, if he'll ever be powerful enough to stop these forces of evil. Depending on the player's actions, Garcia either tells John that he wants to be John's mentor and he can teach him to grow in the faith, or Garcia points his shotgun at John and says John doesn't have a lot of options. Again, here, John exhibits some kind of bravery, but yet he doesn't have the full faith, or doesn't know that he has the full faith to do what needs to be done. But of course, that still isn't our ending. In our ending, John is standing there before the door of the crucible, and he jumps in. Now, think about everything that's led John to this moment. All the way back in the 1930s, Miriam Bell caused some kind of satanic something or other to kill 6 kids. She later comes back as the leader of this orphanage at the same church and kills another 4. The sole survivors of this are John and Lisa. Something horrible happens to John and Lisa. It seems that the two of them were poised even then to become a victim of the cult one day, groomed into this place of being a vessel for demons coming out of hell. We know that Lisa was going to be one because Tiffany blocked off her door so that Gary couldn't use her for one. And John, as seen what happens if you lose in the boss fight against Gary earlier, would also become one if the cult had their way. So for years, John has been nothing more but cannon fodder for the end times. And he has done everything in his power to stop it. He became a priest, he went out on exorcisms. And what did he end up doing on his very first exorcism, as he told Father Alred? He got an entire family killed, he got the other priests killed, and he got kicked out of the ministry. Because again, after making a deal with the devil that the devil could have Amy's soul, he ran into the arms of the police. A police force that, of course, didn't believe him, so they throw him in a psych ward. While there, from the records we've seen, he was tormented. He knew Amy was in there, he knew that her possession was his fault, and of course he was eventually exonerated for the murders as, DNA evidence or research would prove that he was innocent, but he was still thought to be crazed. In a letter that John writes to the hospital, it is in a tone and cadence that explicitly does not sound like John. As a matter of fact, it sounds a lot like Gary. I believe that even while John was in the institution, they needed to use John for the second death ritual. So, Gary wrote the letter to get him out, and probably pulled some political strings as well. So then John is let out of a psych ward only to eventually be meat for this cult to use. But during that time, he tries to find peace. He's now out of the ministry, he's no longer a priest, he's renounced by the Vatican. So now that his vows no longer matter, he falls in love, and marries a woman named Molly. And maybe for a few months everything was okay until he began to have these dreams about Amy. He could not get over the fact that he condemned this girl to damnation because of his own cowardice. So he leaves Molly, he tells her that he has to do this, he writes that letter exclaiming that regardless of what I told you, I'm not crazy, I know what I saw. And he leaves. We see that Molly leaves him because of this. I mean, who could blame her? And then after all of the events we've seen through chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, here John is again in front of the crucible. The man who ran away now staring down the gun barrel of hell, and he jumps in. I posed the question earlier, where is God in this story? Because the existence of demons inherently implies the existence of God, right? And the only depiction of God that we had was Satan in disguise. So what is the Almighty's influence? What does he have to say about all of this? And one of the details I love about faith so much, and it actually gave me the idea before I even talked to Erdorf that the creator has to be a believer. Because, just as seen in the game and just as seen in life, God does not fix people's problems by taking their problems from them. Instead, he makes them strong enough to take their problems on their own. This is seen time and time again throughout Bible stories, especially out of characters who otherwise are undeserving of the grace they receive. Characters like David, who had an affair and then murdered the woman's husband, was called the man after God's own heart before and after that event. Paul, the father of missions, to many the greatest Christian who ever lived, spent the first half of his life hunting down people and massacring pastors and selling women into slavery. While John Ward had stepped very far away from any path of redemption or any path of light, he has now been given the means to come back. I mean, think about the events of chapter 2 that we saw. He has a dream by coincidence that tells him everything he needs to know about where this cult came from, how Miriam Bell and what his own connection to it is. He is given the contact of Father Garcia, and supposedly Garcia is also given dreams of John, so the two of them meet over these visions or by chance dreams that they're having in their sleep. And not to mention that every single demon, no matter how big or how strong, that John has come across is able to be defeated by just the little picture of a cross. The influence of God in this story is the entire story. Every step of the way, John has had that cross there to fight his battles. And while, yes, it is the cross that is defeating the demons, it's John who's holding it. The John Ward we saw at the beginning of this story and the John Ward we see now are two very different people. So here on the precipice of damnation, this Father Ward jumps into hell. We find ourselves where else but back at the Martin household. The Martin household is covered in notes everywhere. The majority of them simply read,
Gary loves you. Gary is a normal human being, just like you and me.
Again, reaffirming the cult statements over and over. But there's one note at the bottom of the staircase that connects all the dots and makes this entire story make sense.
March 18th, 1934. Miriam is ready. We will perform the ritual according to her instructions tonight. March the 19th, 1934. We successfully gave the second death to Miriam. We have been passing living newborns through the newly made portal as quickly as we can get them. So far, there has been no response from the other side. March the 23rd, 1934. After several days of sacrifices, we finally got a response. A tiny hand reached out from the portal. We took the hand and pulled out a baby boy. It appears to be a normal human baby, just like you and me. We named it Gary.
And now it all makes sense. Why did Miriam begin this cult and for some reason Gary now runs it? Because Gary was the point of the entire cult in the first place. Gary is not a human and is instead the demon Astaroth. In several sort of extracurricular beliefs around things like Christianity or Judaism, Astaroth is believed to be one of the chief princes of hell, sometimes even being called part of the demonic trinity between Lucifer, Beelzebub, and Astaroth. One of the most powerful demons, and as Gary mentioned earlier in the story, here to bring about the Antichrist. So Miriam, so wicked and evil all the way back then, had the second death performed on her, and the demon that came out of her face was Gary Miller, which is why Gary refers to her as his mother. And all these years later, Gary has planned to bring about the Antichrist by using the same technique on John, Amy, and whoever else he can. But not if John has something to say about it. We make our way up to the attic to see it is now a sort of altar. Hanging at the back of the altar is the body of Miriam Bell. And in front of Miriam is Gary, now in his true form, the demon Astaroth. Gary informs us that the original plan for all of this was Malphus and Gary would join inside of the vessel of Miriam. However, her form was too old and broken. So the two of them had to pick a new vessel to possess. This vessel was to be the young Amy Martin. John's gotten in the way of that plan. Astaroth says it doesn't matter, that he will bring about the profane Sabbath anyway. He just has to get rid of John first. But before he does, he lets him in on a little secret.
Before I go, I will let you in on the secret. Gary does not belong.
The boss fight begins, and again, I know this has been nerfed now, but this was at one point one of the hardest things I've ever done in a game ever. Gary will randomly charge at you from around the ring. He will set traps in the way so that you can't move. He'll also randomly dart from one side of the wall to the other. Avoiding all of these moves, eventually we will get Gary through his first phase, which means everything gets worse because now Malphus will join in on the fight and fire arrows from either side of the screen. And once again, if we're hit by anything, we're dead. On the bright side though, dealing damage to one of them deals damage to both of them, so you can hit Malphus or Gary to cause a lot of hit points really fast. Eventually, after some time and probably a lot of Mortis, It will seem that the two will be defeated, as they will begin to fade away and then join what's left of them inside the body of Miriam Bell. And the screen gives you a congratulations, you've done it, you beat the entire game. Only of course you haven't. Because then the amalgamation of Malphus, Gary, and Sister Bell appear. This entire part of the fight is effectively a bullet hell. Miriam will cause these skulls to fly at you, that blow up and make more skulls. She'll shoot arrows down at you from the top of the screen. There will be these rings of fire that appear, all of which you have to dodge while trying to deal as much damage to Miriam as possible. And if all of this seems impossible, it normally would be if it wasn't for the fact that now John can take a lot of damage. See, now John is renewed. He's become a different man. And every time that he gets hit during this fight, he says a word of prayer to God. John can take a total of 10 hits before he's dead, as he ends with faith without works is ... If he gets hit one more time, then he dies, which is mortis, or death. But John's become much stronger. He's much different than the man who began this battle against Gary so many years ago. Eventually, after dealing enough damage to Miriam, for a brief second, Malphus and Gary will split off from her, leaving her exposed. Now during this stage, the cross won't do anything. It seems that perhaps she's unstoppable. But remember that note we found at the bottom of the statue in Garyland? The one that said, and I'll read it again, "The body of the mother stayeth suspended beneath the crucible of the profane Sabbath." That's Miriam, that's where we're at right now. "If thou canst unlock the final secret of the crucible, know ye this. The cross hath the power to weaken the mother, but only someone who is ablaze with purifying fire can truly destroy her. If thou canst understand these words, thou shalt know the true cost of thy faith." This note, whoever left it, whatever left us, was giving us a hint as to how to defeat Miriam. And at the bottom of the stages are 2 torches. So, just like John does in the alternate ending to the prologue of chapter 2, he runs to the fire and sets himself ablaze before jumping into Miriam. And this move causes her form to explode. In the explosion, Malphus disappears. No form for him to inhabit. He's now banished back to hell. John himself is covered in blood and sinew. And then as he stands there with Gary, Amy floats down in front of them. Gary tries to enact the ritual to take over her form for the profane Sabbath, but Gary has failed. The vessel doesn't work. There weren't enough spirits. The Antichrist cannot come. Hell will not win today, and it's Gary's fault. So, as Gary approaches Amy, a hand reaches out of hell and brings him back in, punished to the damnation he could not bring forth. And now that the profane Sabbath has ended, that the second death has passed, and that ultimately the cult's actions have meant nothing, Amy's soul returns for just a moment. And her and John share this.
Amy, I'm so sorry. I couldn't save you. En nomine Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen.
The cross in his hand, once again, a bright gold. With Amy at rest and the cult destroyed, Garcia and John make their way out of the daycare. We see that there was a bloodbath outside. It seems that the cult, in an act of desperation, knowing that they had lost, had attacked the police, and the police fought back, leaving no survivors. John and Garcia begins to talk. While Garcia says that they have defeated a powerful evil, the unspeakable is still out there, and he still needs to be destroyed. In this ending, Garcia tells John that he's become much stronger, that he's a much powerful warrior of the faith, and that Garcia needs men like him. As they're talking, Lisa shows up. Lisa tells him that this can all be over, that the two of them can go together and leave this life behind, and maybe for the first time, start a life anew. The overbearing presence of Miriam Bell and everything the cult has done to them is now gone. They can simply walk away from this. And from here, the player gets the choice if he goes with Lisa or Garcia. If the player goes with Lisa, the two of them join hands, and it's implied that John and Lisa set out to start a life of peace away from the torment they've known for so long. And if the player goes with Garcia, they also join hands in a very cool dude bro fashion, and it's assumed that the two set out to destroy the unspeakable once and for all. Now, Erdorf has clarified that he doesn't see either option as a bad ending. It's definitely not a bad ending if John decides to set off and live a life with Lisa. I mean, the two have been through so much at this point. How could they not want to set off and be satisfied with leaving this life behind? Especially considering how young they were inducted into this demonic plan. And while I don't think that's a bad option at all, to me, the canon ending is siding with Garcia. Because the journey of these 3 games, or 3 chapters of one game, have been John deciding if he is worthy to fight the evils of this world. And the recognition that while he was cowardly and undeserving of the power of God then, he certainly has become a warrior against evil now. Again, the transformation of the cross from gold to silver to bronze, but then back to gold. In my mind, Garcia and John set out to defeat the unspeakable and the forces of evil by whatever means God will allow.
Let's go fight some demons.
The game ending with the two of them driving off in a vehicle as the credits roll. And think about how far we've come. This young orphan boy, an orphan boy who watched his mother Meredith die, something that he was so afraid of a demon would one day taunt him about it in the Martin house. And then this boy who is thrown into centuries and millennia of demonic planning for the end times for the rapture. And he was always meant to be nothing more than a vessel for it. But in spite of that, he became a warrior. This orphan grew up to save his sister, to save Garcia, to defeat the forces of evil in all of their forms, from Astaroth to Alu and everyone else who stepped in his way. And he did it, of course, through the power of God, but God gave him the power to do it himself. This child who became a priest was able to defeat the devil, to sign his soul over to him, and then defeat him once more. All of that was done by Father John Ward. And all that it took was a little bit of So if it wasn't apparent enough, I'm a huge fan of this game, and you should be too. Not only do I think it's, a great example of horror and a great example of story writing, but it's a lot of fun. The art direction, the design, the rotoscoping, it drips with passion in every way. And it's something that I definitely think more people should be attuned to. This game's got a lot of attention. It got nominated for a lot of game awards. I think critics are tuned in to how good it is. But I'd love to see more general audiences catch on to it as well. Again, it's a unique style, but one that I believe deserves to be looked at. So that's why I made this video. But really, check them out. Check out the game. I'll link it somewhere down in the description. Go follow Erdorf on Twitter. And then if you've heard all this now and you want to hear our interview where we talk for hours about this game and his inspiration and him as a writer and there was a lot we talked about in the interview as far as story beats and symbolism and stuff like that in the game that I didn't even cover here. So if this was interesting to you, go check out all of that for sure. But I believe, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to plug. Go check out the second channel. If you're interested in my first reaction to Faith, I have my whole VOD from my initial playthrough over there. Yeah, go check out Faith, the Unholy Trinity. A fantastic game that's definitely deserving of your time. And Erdorf, I think I can speak for myself and most of the horror game community when I say thank you. We really like it. In our interview, Erdorf discussed plans for future chapters of Faith, as well as future horror projects he has in mind as a whole. So there has never been a better time to get on board. So again, check out Faith, go play it, enjoy it, and show the creator some love. Erdorf definitely deserves it. On my personal note, I want to say that I apologize for the lack of uploads as of late. I know it's been over a month since I've uploaded anything. But for those of you who know my social media, my wedding is end of this month, so that has taken up a lot of time and planning because, of course, I want it to be as perfect as could be. I also have the Stalker film, which is wrapping up, which there should be some announcements and trailers for soon, so stay tuned for that. But there's a lot of management on our end about that film right now, so that's another project, as well as other projects that I can't even talk about yet because they're all under hush-hush quiet, that I can't wait to eventually tell you all and confirm and say, no, I haven't been lying for the past year. I am working on other stuff. But yeah, there's a lot on my plate, but I don't want the quality to suffer. I didn't want to make this like I have no idea how long this video is going to cut to, but I didn't want to make this like 3 or 4 different videos because that's lame. Why would I do that? I wanted to put the time into it. I wanted to put the passion into it, and hopefully that came through. And thank you all for bearing with me. And of course, a massive thank you to my editor, Caitlin, who did all of this. She is the best. I'll link her Twitter in the description as well. Go over to Twitter and show her some love because literally, I promise you, this video would not be possible if it wasn't for her. So thank you, Caitlin. Appreciate it. I believe that should do it for now. I'm not going to promise any new videos soon because of the wedding or whatnot. But before the end of the year, I got some cool ones that will be coming out that hopefully you'll enjoy. But I believe that should do it for now. Check out AG1 in the description. Very cool company, very good to work with. They're great to me, and they make a great product that I personally enjoy and endorse, so check them out. I believe that should do it for now, but I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye! Okay, joke's over. Go subscribe to Internet Historian. Thanks for being in this vid, bro. Alright, love you all. Bye.